Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Front Porch, WGOK 12:30 a.m. What New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Graylin Bryant Banks,
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Good morning.
and that's Brother Nyron out there pushing all the buttons and clicking all the switches, getting us over the airwaves right into your own self ears. Thank you for joining us this morning on this 24th day of January, Friday, the last day, hopefully, of the snow. So we are still broadcasting remotely. Normally would be on the historic campus of Xavier University in our studios at the foot of the overpass on South Norman C. Francis Parkway, but we are not there. But you are still welcome to join us. Grab yourself a comfortable chair, a mug or tumbler of your favorite frosty or steamy adult beverage. Mind your manners. Say good morning, holler at your people, and kick it with us for the next 3 hours as we continue to examine this world through a 504 focused scope. And, of course, the WBOK 12:30 a.m. talk line is still there, but we're not, so don't do that. Hit us up with your comments and your manners on the Facebook Live because Kimber is monitoring that, and she will be able to let us know what you say. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? What's good, Kimber?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. You right about that. You right
Happy
about
Friday.
that. I am tired of this ish.
Yeah, man. Man.
Yeah, I was looking forward to getting out the house today. But
I thought that
today
would be the day that we would go in. I even gassed my car up to ensure that I was able to leave early and go come in on today. And it was the longest gas pumping situation ever. It took like 15 minutes to pump $30 worth of gas, and it just got to the point of like, yeah, I thought I was going to fill up, but I'm about tired of sitting here, and I don't want to just be sitting here this long where there's not a whole lot of traffic passing. And not that I've had any issues, of course, in my neighborhood, but this just feels wrong. So, yeah, I was I'm going to go ahead and go.
Was the weather affecting the way the gas was flowing? Was it flowing slower, or were you 30 minutes trying to get to the pump?
Very slowly.
Very slow.
Very slow, yes.
Okay. And as a reminder to all our listeners, we are above freezing. So if you have not yet turned off that trickle of water at the spout from the longest away from the main, please do so. Please do so. That is one of the reasons that there is lower water pressure all over the city.
Really?
But it's not about, we ask people to do that. That comes from all of the authorities who know that during a freeze event like this, to run that water because flowing water does not freeze. And if you keep
no. That piece I know, but I was saying to the point that people are running it so much that it's causing the water pressure to go down?
Yeah, I think because I don't think anybody was left out of that run water. It wasn't an order, but it was certainly a very strong suggestion. So that's why I think you see it all over the city, that the water pressure is low. But slowly, it'll pick back up once everybody stops running their water. But I just wanted to give that reminder. If you have not yet been out to turn off your water, now is the time to do so. The crisis has passed. So right now, you'll be able to turn on your water. Turn off your water with no problems for your pipes or anything like that.
Huh.
So there you go.
Wow. Yeah.
But I was surprised to hear the gas was doing that, man.
When I say a snail's pace. It was like, oh my God, this is just taking way too long. I gotta go. I cannot continue to sit here at all. Gotta go.
So would you wind up with a half a tank?
No, I had 3/4.
Okay, that's not bad.
No,
That's not bad.
I was sufficiently gassed up enough, but I was like, well, I ain't sitting out here anymore. Um, and I knew it wasn't an anomaly because there was someone who pulled uh maybe a row over on the opposite side, and they were just
Mhm.
sitting, like they're pumping and just sitting in their car. And yeah, if
Wow.
I, paying attention to surroundings and all that other stuff is like the fact that my that I'm too keenly tuned in to just sitting here because I'm not accustomed to just sitting in my car while pumping gas. I was
Mhm.
like, yeah,
Mhm.
no, we're not gonna do this. we gonna go,
That
and
is
we're
interesting.
sufficient
I
enough
never thought about that
to
because it
move.
is liquid. Gasoline is liquid, so I would imagine that it would be sluggish like maple syrup. They tap trees, and when it's cold, it runs out. So I guess liquids. Yeah, I guess they would do that in this level of cold weather. I had gas, so I didn't have the opportunity to go to the gas station and actually get in it. But wow, that's interesting. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
I thought that was
Slow gas pumping in
very
cold weather.
different. Yeah, but I mean, the
There you
assumption
go.
because
Oh,
it's liquid that it would be affected by the climate. So
yeah. I just, I'm seeing the logic in it. I just never thought about it. You tell people to run their uh, water, and you tell them everybody's concerned about pipes and stuff like that,
hmm
and just never got around to thinking that it would work the same way with the gas station because I know I went and filled up before we went into this hibernation. I got a
hmm
full tank. I think Saturday. It's about to be Saturday again, but the car hasn't
yeah.
moved, so I still pretty much got the same gas in there from Saturday because I don't think since Sunday night or Monday, probably Monday. I don't think we've moved the car since Monday. I've started it up a couple of times just to make sure that the battery's good and all of that good stuff. But no, it has not moved from its spot. Uh, so I didn't have to get gas. But that is an interesting phenomenon, man. Slow gas
Yeah.
pumping.
Well, it
Now,
is also a thing that's not something that we would contend with. So who would even think? Why would that even be a consideration
that's not something that what?
that we would consider? Because like, how often
Right.
does it get cold enough for you to be concerned about gas freezing? It gets cold
Yeah,
for a couple of
gas.
days here and it warms up, but that you would even consider the fact that it would, that's not something that we contend with.
Yeah. We don't have I think this is well, to my knowledge, and it may be somebody out there who follows the stats more closely than I do, but this has been, I think, I remember one of the longest stretches of like really cold weather that I remember because this has been like a week going on, and usually we'll get a cold snap. They'll tell you to run out. If the snaps come in Monday night, then by Wednesday we back to t-shirts and shorts. To pop down. But this one has seems like it actually liked New Orleans, so it hung out in the corridor for a while. Went to the park and played with y'all. Y'all had a po' boy, but it is not in any big hurry. It seems to leave. I will be glad when its vacation is up. So maybe a
Yeah.
week. If we start off Monday, maybe by Monday it'll go back to where it's supposed to be in its more natural environments. I
Yeah.
hope.
Yeah.
I hope. There is still snow on the street.
There is, and while driving farther than one would walk, I guess, in the snow, you can tell the houses where they don't either have kids or pets in their front lawn because their front lawn is still blanketed and with no dents in the snow. It's still just laid out. And I'm sure probably when I walk out today, you'll see it getting lower and lower as it begins to melt. But there's a stark difference between the front and backyards of people who don't have kids or pets and who do. You can tell.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I believe that. I went to walk Columbus last night, and when we got around to the park, he went and all 4 feet jumped in this water. And where's that water coming from? But it was flowing like something was broken, but it was actually all of the snow melting in the park.
Mm-hmm.
And as it melted, it was like forming a stream. And all the way on alongside the park for a block, there was like a 3 or 4 inches of water. And I'm like, man, you never think about how much water is actually when you look at this whole park, 2 blocks wide, full of snow, and when it melts, it's got to go somewhere, right? So it flows out
It
into the street.
absolutely does.
And I know it was cold water, but the puppy, I'm telling you, he has discovered a whole nother love, cold weather. So cold weather, and I never would have thunk it because he is a full breed mutt and a New Orleans dog. And we don't do cold, but he seems to have touched something in his canine DNA that has brought him to the point where he's like, "Yo, let me go dive in this snowbank before it's all gone. Put my feet in this cold water before it's all gone, and then shake." I said, "Okay, well, puppy, listen. If you like it, I love it. Do your business, and if we could hurry up." And we can get out of here because I still feel the same about cold. You have had epiphany. You have found that you actually like this, which is weird. But I never had that epiphany. So walked him, let him do his thing in the snow, came and dried him off, and then he immediately curled up and went to sleep. I said, now you know what? Look to the dog.
Look to the animals.
To the dog. Look
to the animals. They will give you an idea of what you should do, what you should not do in the basic needs of things.
Oh yeah. Go take your walk, get your little exercise, get the little cold off. You come inside, curl up, dry off, and go to sleep. I thought it was sage advice. I followed it, not immediately, but it was not long after.
It wasn't long after.
I told myself, look to the dog, young man. He has the answer. Look to the dog.
Lord.
And that's what I did.
That's super cool that y'all enjoy that. I look forward to doing what you and the puppy did on yesterday on today, because not for some odd reason, because I've been inside. I have exerted less energy being inside, and so I'm rested. So at 5:30 this morning, I was up, and I hate that for me because that's not my time.
You could have come in and did the good morning, wake up show
from home, because I don't ever expect to be out of my house that time of morning ever in life again. It was fun, but no. Mm-mm.
It was fun while it lasted. Huh?
Yeah.
All right.
But no thanks.
All right. Well, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, y'all. It's Free Your Mind Friday here on the Front Porch, so get your brass up. Let us know what's happening. Hit us up on the Facebook chat. That's where you would mind your manners, and if you got it on your mind, you won't get it off your chest, you'll have to do so with your thumbs and fingers. You're going to have to do a little typing. Promise that we'll get your thoughts out there to the world, because that's what we do on Free Your Mind Friday. And then you have a chance to call us back. That's kind of why I was looking to go in. I wanted to hear people's adventures
voices again
during the snow. That's why I was looking forward to it. But if you guys want to hit us up and just give us a little update on what's going on with you out there, let us know. Cam, if you're listening, please let us know how things are on the West Coast with the fires and whatnot. Are you guys doing much better? Are they contained? Are they out? Inquiring minds and your family here on the Front Porch want to know, right? So please let us know. And Kimbo will give us the update once you chime in, and she can let me know, and then I'll tell everybody. But they'll hear her when she says it, so they'll know anyway. It's the Front Porch, y'all. WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
Don't go nowhere, y'all. Stick and stay. We're going to see you on the other side of the break.
Hey, New Orleans, Tavis Smiley here, inviting you to join me each weekday evening at 7 p.m. right here on WBOK 1230 a.m. for the Tavis Smiley Show. You can expect great guests and getting the answers you need to know. It's the Tavis Smiley Show on our new home in New Orleans, WBOK 1230 a.m.
Tavis Smiley. Ranked number 45 on the Heavy 100 list of the 100 most important radio talk show hosts in America.
The National World War II Museum, located in the Warehouse District of New Orleans. The National World War II Museum tells the story of America's experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. Visit them online at www.nationalww2museum.org for time tickets and safety information.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe, 60 minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health. Welcome to Liberty Bank and Trust, where your financial journey transforms communities. Since 1972, our customized banking solutions power your dreams and fuel your community growth. Every dollar you invest with us circles back to empower more people, ensuring opportunities for generations. Join us at Liberty Bank. Together, we empower possibility. Visit libertybank.net to start banking with purpose. Liberty Bank, there's freedom here.
I'm Howard Robertson, founder and creator of the Play Ode app. Back in the day, we used to ask, how you living? And that's still a relevant question today. Listening to good stuff helps you live well, like what you hear on the Play Ode app. ODE stands for Our Digital Entertainment, so you enjoy the best radio stations, playing the best classic R&B, hip-hop, gospel, smooth jazz, news, sports, and podcasts. And new sounds are coming at you in 2025, so don't wait or hestate. Download PLAYODE today.
Welcome to Liberty Bank and Trust, where your financial journey transforms communities. Since 1972, our customized banking solutions power your dreams and fuel your community growth. Every dollar you invest with us circles back to empower more people, ensuring opportunities for generations. Join us at Liberty Bank. Together, we empower possibility. Visit libertybank.net to start banking with purpose. Liberty Bank, there's freedom here.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM. You're on the Front Porch with WBOK 1230 AM.
Bentley or Benz with gangsta white walls, TV antennas in the back. You may not have a car at all, but just remember, brothers and sisters, you can still
Welcome back, y'all. The Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Braylon Bryant. Thanks.
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Hey, y'all.
It's Brother Nyron out there, flipping the levers and pushing the buttons and getting us from where we are to where you are. Technology rules, baby. Thank y'all for being with us on this Free Your Mind Friday. So get your brass up and get it done. In the snow days, sun is shining very brightly. There are constant drips as you walk around as the snow continues to melt, reform itself into water, and drip down on the ground. Ain't nature something? Oh, I tell you. Speaking of nature, when you go to the islands, do you go to the Bahamas, Kim?
Yes, that's where my family is.
That's where your family is, in the Bahamas, right?
Yes.
Oh, I was just checking because I know you feel much safer now.
Because of
your new ambassador. There's a new U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas.
And say more.
Did you know that? Huh?
Say more. I said say more.
Oh, you're going to love this guy, man. He is such a wise and smart individual. I think he will do a yeoman's job. I think you may know him. He did it on the gridiron, and then he ran for Senate.
Oh, Jesus
His
Christ.
name's Herschel Walker.
I already know where this is going.
His name's Herschel Walker.
Absolutely not.
Herschel
I don't even want him to be the ambassador of garbage.
The new senator. I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Herschel is up for the ambassador post to the Bahamas. He'll be the U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas. And all it takes is a simple majority vote in the Senate. Doesn't have to be a percentage, simple majority, and he is confirmed. And as someone who has roots and family and love for the people in the Bahamas, I was just curious about your reaction. I didn't know if you had known that.
I remember when the presidential campaign was happening and he was offered as that then, and I remember conversations being very dismissive and the no thank you then. And I'm sure the sentiments have not changed. I don't. Once the dismissive piece was placed, I no longer even considered him being even viable or somebody who people are going to seriously consider. So I don't know. My opinion, I have none. I have none. I don't even want to have an opinion on that.
An opinion, you said?
I don't have one. No. I have no opinion on that.
I hope. I wish you guys all the best. To be quite honest, I mean, it's. I'm trying to think of when you hear about an ambassador, U.S. ambassador in another country, or U.S. ambassador to another country, when they make the news, it's usually not good because it's a kind of anonymous post. It's got some clout, it's got some juice, no doubt. But
right.
Unless there is a crisis going on, and just because we're talking about the Bahamas, unless there was a crisis going on in the Bahamas, you probably would not hear much from the ambassador, no matter who it was, historically.
So
would you agree?
The issue is that England has the ties still to the Bahamas strong because they still
as a former colony.
Yeah, so they still pay attention. They, prime ministers and all of that jazz, and they have not had a U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas since 2011. So the fact that 2025, 14 years later, that he is being considered.
Wait, I
For
didn't know
what?
we haven't had a U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas in 14 years.
No, sir.
Now that's interesting because that spans both Republican and Democrat administrations.
Yes.
Huh. Oh. Oh no. I see that now. Now you got my curiosity. Why has that been the case? Why has that been the case?
So there have been political disputes. The United States Senate has not confirmed an ambassador to the Bahamas since November 2011, with the post either remaining vacant or held by interim appointees who are not ambassadors.
And the reason given is political upheaval, political what are they saying is the reason? Or did they say, I'm sorry, did they say?
I don't see where, but I know like there are people that have been put up and then people withdrawn, people put up, people withdrawn. Now the Bahamas has an ambassador to the United States.
To the United, better get out of my head. That was just about to be my next question. I was going to say, was it a mutual? Is that something that say, okay, we don't have one over there and you don't have one? But that's not the case. The Bahamas has had and still has an ambassador to the U.S. We just don't have the reciprocity that's involved in that. We don't have one that goes there.
Right.
Wow.
So
okay.
for it to
All
be
right. Somebody behind
weirdo,
me, I need to know.
For the weirdo to get nominated is just weird. So in 2011, Cassandra Butts was nominated for the post by President Barack Obama. In 2013, she was nominated.
Okay.
But she died in 2016 from leukemia. But she spent 2 years waiting on the vote for her appointment.
And died before she could get it.
Right. And then 2017, the Orange Mussolini, he nominated Doug Manchester, but the nomination stalled, and then he withdrew. Then in 2020,
he took his own name out. He took his the candidate withdrew his name, or did Trump withdraw his name?
No, he withdrew the Doug Manchester. So then in 2020, WISAP nominated William Douglas, and his nomination was withdrawn by President Joe Biden in 2021. Then in 2022, Calvin Smyer was nominated for the position, and as of December 2024, the nomination remained pending before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And then on December 18th, 2024, the Orange Weirdo announced that he had nominated Herschel Walker to serve in the role.
Now, that is a curious chain of events. That's how I get caught in these rabbit holes, man.
Yeah.
Stuff. What has the Bahamas? Well, see, now I guess got to do a little history.
It's not on the Bahamas. The Bahamas had nothing to do with the mess that they had going on.
I don't doubt that the Bahamas didn't do anything, but there's got to be something about them because you don't have this same log jam with Sweden, England, any of those other countries. I'm just trying to figure out what is the issue that would cause this type of across the board. When Obama nominated, the lady died before she could get in because it was stalled. Now you turn right back around and you got somebody that Trump nominates and it doesn't go smoothly and the guy removes himself and then comes again. But it's the common denominator in the whole thing is the Bahamas. And I got to try to figure out why, who ticks somebody off in the Bahamas. Who in the Bahamas
don't
did
know.
something to somebody?
Yeah, it's weird. But I'm going to share some comments with you from the front porch. First of all, good morning to our family on the front porch. Good morning, Samaria.
Good morning, y'all. What's happening?
Good morning, DiCaprio. He wanted to know what was going on at the gas pump as well. So he experienced slow gas pumping on I guess either today or yesterday. And then Wanda, James, Real the Elder, Wiley, Josh, Lori, Joyce, Miss Joyce, Gracie, and Mark. Now, I have to read this extra note from Mark. Are you ready?
I are.
This note from Mark. All righty. Mark says, I was wishing that y'all were in the studio today so I could call in. I listened to the rebroadcast from yesterday and I felt like I got cut. I was like, ooh, that Negro just cut me. Kimber, I thought we were fam, and grilling with his instigating ass.
I love you too, boss. Dude, we have had this conversation. The front porch is the front porch. Say it with your chest, cousin. You know we gonna talk about it. And don't be mad, because I know you. I recognize Lastic, boy. Because I don't care how you wrote it, in your mind, you said Lastic. And, well, I can't be mad because it seems like he got you too, Kimber. Was he expecting you to be an ally or what was happening?
I tried loosely, I held his hand with a napkin in between.
That's what I'm saying, dude. You gotta know, man. Come on, bro. It's all love, but we when you put it out then again, yeah, because Kimber actually tried to look out for you in the beginning. She did not want to say who it was. I was forced to guess. Isn't that how that happened?
Yes, because I refused to say a name.
You refused to say, and you read the comment, and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm going through all the voices in my head, and I'm like, and that's a lot of voices, but I'm going through all the voices in my head. I'm trying to go through, okay, who say Lastic, who would say that? And, of course, your name popped out of the computer on the little card, and I just happened to be right. And that was actually confirmed yesterday by another listener who heard me and got a big kick out of it. So there you go.
And texted you, because mind you, we don't have access to the phone.
To let me know I was correct. Text me to let me know you hit the nail on the head. I can't help it, bro. Y'all get to know me, I get to know you. It's just, it's a family thing. It's the front porch thing. But you were not played, my friend. You are a long-term and loyal member of our family. But when you give us opportunity, homie, we going to take it.
We going at it.
Come on, man.
For sure.
We
for sure. I loosely, because I would not say his name. And I said it yesterday. I'm going to not say it. And I did not. I did not even confirm it, but you didn't. You know your people.
You didn't. It was confirmed though, because you say I will not confirm or deny. She wouldn't give you up, Mark. But you dealing with Leroy Sherlock Holmes over here, boy. I be thinking, cousin. I be trying to put 3 and 5 together. You understand? Trying to make it happen. So I didn't know you were going for incognito total. I would have left you anonymous. I probably wouldn't have. That's not even true, Mo. And you know better. When I heard that when it was coming out of my mouth, I said, boy, that ain't true.
Yeah, here's the follow-up from Mark. He says, I've been on the porch for a minute. I know where y'all stand on certain topics, so sometimes I say things to bring out OG Kimber. Yesterday, it came back to bite me in the butt. Mark, stop talking. You have the right to remain silent.
I love
Use
it.
it.
I love it.
Stop
I love
talking.
the honesty,
You're not
brother.
making this better.
I love the honesty, though. I cannot even lie. Because I know, and just since we're doing full disclosure, I too have taken positions that I don't necessarily agree with to be the agent provocateur, just to see if we can get the conversation started. So I know what you're doing and why you did it, but and I appreciate you saying so, brother. I appreciate you saying so. Because old Kimber, she actually looked out for you.
Yeah.
Ain't that something?
I did.
Ain't that something? She actually looked out for you. She would not break your veil of anonymity, my friend. So you looking out for her, you bringing out old Kimber. Old Kimber seemed like she might be on your side, on the quiet, on the QT.
How about that? And Josh, I can, I appreciate y'all enjoying the conversation, but Josh goes in to say, so Wiley helped Graylin be messy by texting him. Now let me be clear. Wiley is not the only person who has access to us. We get texts from listeners on a frequent basis, and you'd be surprised from which these places and offices and social standing people who reach out to us who don't hang out with y'all in the chat. But I'm not gonna let you put that toe tag on Wiley either.
Oh, listen, Neff don't care. Neff don't care. I can tell you that right now. Neff don't care, and he didn't do anything except confirm what I knew. When you think about it, he said, "Yep, you're right." Now he didn't say that it was Mark. He confirmed my guess. That's different.
There you go.
And I appreciate you, nephew.
Yes,
that's right.
But I just want to be clear.
He had my number before I was on the front porch.
Lord have mercy. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can now. I thought I had lost you for a second. I'm right here checking. I just got this phone from the gas station when I filled up, so I got to make sure it run right.
Oh, boy.
But it's all good. I want to hear the rest of the comments, too, because I know he got more to say. But right now, y'all, we got to take a break. You're tuned into the Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
Don't go nowhere, y'all. Let us know what's happening. It's Free Your Mind Friday right here on the Front Porch, and we're going to see y'all on the other side of the break.
Find us online. Did you know that you can now listen to your favorite show whenever you want? How? Just go to www.wbok1230.com. Click on the Talk tab and select your favorite show. There you'll see your favorite host and the show from each day. And be sure to follow us on Facebook at WBOK1230AM, Instagram at WBOK.1230, and TikTok at WBOK1230AM.
Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
Flu, COVID, and RSV put older adults at higher risk of hospitalization. Get vaccinated to be ready for whatever comes next.
Hey, Grandma.
Get this season's vaccines. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The National World War II Museum. Located in the Warehouse District of New Orleans, the National World War II Museum tells the story of America's experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought, how it was won, and what it means today. Visit them online at www.nationalww2museum.org for time tickets and safety information.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana communities through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation, please visit us at www.jazzandheritage.org.
I'm Howard Robertson, founder and creator of the Play Ode app. Back in the day, we used to ask, how you living? And that's still a relevant question today. Listening to good stuff helps you live well, like what you hear on the Play Ode app. ODE stands for Our Digital Entertainment, so you enjoy the best radio stations playing the best classic R&B, hip-hop, gospel, smooth jazz, news, sports, and podcasts. And new sounds are coming at you in 2025, so don't wait or hesitate. Download PLAYODE today.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe. 60 Minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health.
You're on the Front Porch with WBOK 1230 AM.
Welcome back, y'all, to Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Graylin Bryant Banks.
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Good morning.
And it's Brother Nyron out there, y'all, getting it done for us, getting y'all our voices into y'all's head right here on this Free Your Mind Friday. So get your brass up and get yourself some, man. Warm up a little bit, because hopefully all this will be done pretty soon. Next week we'll be back in person live, and we can take all y'all calls, and we can listen to you. If you got some things you want to say, you want to make sure you got your family status right with us, and make sure you're still one of us, you know you're welcome to do so. We will definitely give you an updated membership family list. And if you're still on it, we'll let you know. And if you've been banned, we'll let you know that too. I don't think we banned anybody yet, Kim.
We have.
We have?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that's probably why I don't remember. Once you get banned from the front porch,
you no longer exist.
You no longer exist. So, you know, do what you have to do to not get banned, kids. You know, because it's pretty much an open forum. We let you in, and we like to have fun all the time. And we good at it.
Your instructions in the beginning of the show tells people what you are permitted to do. Come in, take a seat, grab yourself of a comfortable chair and a mug or tumbler of your favorite frosty or steamy adult beverage. Your beverage could be it could be water, it could be Kool-Aid, it could be food, it could be whatever you want
be
to.
Crown, if that's what you want.
If that's what you decide, but you have to mind your manners, and if you don't mind your manners, then you end up on another platform fighting for your life in the comments where nobody is. So.
Yeah, I gotta admit that's true. I never even thought about, because that was just the first time I did it was spontaneous, because I guess that's what I wanted. That's not because you can't expect what you want if you don't tell people what it is that you're expecting. You know what I'm saying? Communication is the key. Got to tell them what is expected, and then if you don't do it, you can't say you never knew.
Right. So
that's a good thing.
They are hilarious in these comments. No.
What's happening? Boy, that's what I'm telling you. I feel handicapped, man. I cannot talk to my people.
I thought we would be in, but we got the notice last night that we were going to ride this thing out for the rest of the week. Well, we'll be back next week. So, Josh said, I've watched enough Scooby-Doo to know Waleed was the culprit. And he also goes on to say, if you want to get revenge on Waleed Mark, go to his get together and steal a bottle of his imported ketchup.
You don't have to steal, man. Ask Waleed. He'll give you the ketchup. And that's a really weak revenge, man. But it's apropos for the front porch, because when it comes to food, y'all know we hold food in high importance. So if you go get somebody back and condiments or food is involved, that is really not surprising.
Yeah. So yeah, I love our family on the front porch, and the comments never disappoint. They never disappoint.
That's all right. I appreciate you too, Mark, being honest, and of course Josh, man. Y'all bring it. Y'all are true front porchians, no doubt about it. And I know that we've got many more out there. This is not just for the ones we talk, because you all tell us anytime we out in the street. And I know it happens to Kimber just like it happens to me, because sometimes we're together when it happens.
Yes.
And
I listen to y'all all the time. I don't call in, but
that was the phrase. That is the phrase. I don't call in, but, and what we say, thank you anyway. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening.
That's the key. Because every now and then we'll have a topic or somebody will say something, and even the most reticent of our callers, given the right circumstances, we'll dial that number, baby.
Y'all
will dial that number.
Nothing like being triggered. Nothing like being triggered.
No, yep. And sometimes it's a good trigger. Sometimes it's the songs. Sometimes it's we'll have a topic that'll strike your fancy. And the next thing you know, oh, no, I had to call. First time call, I never called, but I got to get my opinion in on this one. That's what we love. Honestly, that is what we love, because that's when we know that, it's important. It's important I got an opinion. Or even if it's a song, because that's important. Trivia Tuesday, all the stuff we talk about. I just glad y'all guys, because if it was just me and Kimber sitting here talking, it wouldn't be anything close to what it is with you guys' involvement. And we always just want to tell you thank you.
Your contribution.
Thank you, even you too, Ma.
Oh my goodness gracious! Oh my goodness gracious! So this all started. Yesterday's conversation started because of a show that I was watching. The lives.
The lives,
Sex
yeah,
lives
the college
of
girl.
College girls, I think is what it was. Well, I don't know if you're familiar with another show because last night was the premiere of the final season of another show of mine called Harlem. Are you familiar with that? Or have you heard any talk about
it? I've heard you talk about it on more than one occasion, but I don't think I've ever seen what. I don't think I had it streaming. What is it on? Is it on? What does it play on?
It's on Prime.
Oh, Harlem's on Prime? I got Prime.
Yes.
Why did I think that was somewhere else that I didn't have? I'm going to have to check it out now. But, yes, I am familiar with the show. I haven't seen it, but I've heard you talk about it.
Yes, its third and final season came on last night, and they released 2 of the episodes.
Season?
Yes, the third and final season. Yes.
Wow.
It is. I think as a cast, I think they decided that it had run its course. It told the story, and so I'm hoping that it'll be a finished versus a rushed, ending. Because sometimes you get those endings to series, and you're like, nah, that was trashy. I hate that for y'all.
Yeah.
But since
Sopranos
they knew that this was going to be their last season, the hopes are that this story that's being told is going to be a finished one, and it has started with the bang. It has started with the bang, so.
And well,
I'm
see,
excited
the
about
only reason I said, but then again, I don't know how many shows, because usually you need 5 seasons for syndication. But if you're doing more shows per season, more than the normal show, you may be able to have enough shows to justify syndication, and that's where you can get a couple of dollars.
I'm not sure. I haven't delved into it too far, but I did find that I think the writer or the creator of the show used to be a contributor and actress with Issa Rae when she had The Misadventures of an Awkward Black Girl. Did you ever watch that series? It was a YouTube series.
No, I never saw that, but was that what was the other name?
Insecure.
Issa Rae had Insecure. I did see that.
Yeah. So a lot of those, some of those episodes pulled from the series, The Misadventures of an Awkward Black Girl, and it built upon that series that she did on online. And I used to watch it, I think it was like every Tuesday or Thursday night when I was in graduate school, and that would be my time to, like, I would be in a space where no kids, no husband, no nothing, no books. I'm just watching this for the duration of the episode. And she did a 10-year celebration or something like that, or 15-year, because it's been a while. I've been out of grad school a long time. But anyway, it must have been a 10-year celebration of the show itself. And one of the actresses that I think she was also a writing contributor, she is, I think, the developer and creator of Harlem that's on Prime. And she looks a lot different now.
Well, let's find out more about that, but let's take this quick break, though. We're going to come back. We're on the Front Porch, y'all. WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
Stick and stay. Y'all don't go nowhere. We're going to see you on the other side of the break.
From the campus of Xavier University, WBOK 1230 AM, Go, and Equity Media Station.
This news report is brought to you by New Schools for New Orleans.
I'm Amber Payton with 4 things you should know with BIN News. A new wildfire, the Hughes Fire, has burned 500 acres near Santa Clarita, California, and is 0% contained as crews also battle the Palisades and Eaton fires. Strong winds are pushing flames through canyons and up hills. Former Black Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is criticizing President Trump for targeting her on social media, noting she had already resigned from the President's Export Council before he claimed to have fired her. She urged him to focus on global issues instead. The Supreme Court will rule on police immunity in a Houston case where Constable Roberto Felix fatally shot a black driver fleeing a toll stop. The decision could open the door to more excessive force lawsuits. And Reverend Al Sharpton is urging a boycott of companies reversing DEI programs. Speaking at a MLK Day rally, he emphasized King's fight for equality and said the National Action Network will target at least 2 companies within 90 days. I'm Amber Payton on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
New Schools for New Orleans wants to send a special shout out to our partner, the All-State Sugar Bowl. During the holiday break, over 30 teachers had the opportunity to ride in the New Year's Eve parade, and boy, did they have a blast. In addition, we had over 60 teachers attend the All-State Sugar Bowl game. Out of the 60, 11 teachers received a $1,000 gift card to purchase needed supplies to enhance the learning experiences for their students. Thank you, All-State Sugar Bowl, for your commitment to NOLA's teachers.
You're on the Front Porch with WBOK 1230 AM.
Welcome back, y'all. It's the Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Braylon Bryant Banks.
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Good morning.
You forgot that for a second, huh?
Kind of.
I understand. It's environment. It's the environment. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Of course, that's Brother Nyron out there clicking levers and pushing buttons and getting us to you wherever you are as we continue today's broadcast. Free Your Mind Friday, so get your brass up and get yourself some of what we're doing right here on the Front Porch. Thank you for sticking with us as we roll into this second hour of today's episode, continuing our remote broadcast, getting from where we are to where you are. Thank you for joining us, y'all. It's a pleasure to have you here. Chime in on the Facebook page. Hit us up with your comments, your concerns, or your rude remarks. Let us know what's happening, and we'll let people know exactly how you feel, right? So you were telling us about Harlem and the writers and the thing before we went to break. As a matter of fact, I got so into your story, we went right through
Yeah, I know.
I was like, well, wait, what happened? What happened? I looked up and said, oh, no. But anyway, here we are.
Yes. So Tracy Oliver, she's a screenwriter, producer, director, and actress. Now, she originally starred in a web series. I talked about that, The Misadventures of Awkward Black Girl. And I didn't realize she had written so many different things prior to Harlem. I had no clue. But after doing a little bit of digging, she had written on The Neighbors on ABC and also had written on Survivor's Remorse on Stars. Now, I absolutely I wouldn't have had a clue. She's co-written 3 movies, The Barbershop, The Next Cut, Girls Trip, and Little. And I don't know if you remember the movie Little with, I think it was Issa Rae.
That was with the little girl, right? Wasn't she a businesswoman? Yes, I remember it.
Yes. So she had also co-written those movies, and then that made her the first African-American woman to write a film that grossed over $100 million. And I'm like, wow. Who knew?
That's hell of a... Which one grossed over $100 million?
To do. Girls Trip.
Girls Trip. Wow.
Yes. So she also created and wrote the television series First Wives Club, and then wrote the screenplay to the film adaptation of The Sun Is Also a Star. Did not know about that. I haven't watched The Sun Is Also a Star, but First Wives Club is something that I watch because I am a fan. Of course, when I see Jill Scott in different pieces, I want to see, what she can present to the screen, because outside of being a dynamic singer, she's pretty good as an actress.
Okay. And she's in the First Wives Club?
She wrote it.
She wrote it?
Yes.
I thought this was another one of her acting deals. Okay, all right. Okay.
So Tracy Oliver wrote that, but Jill Scott was one of the actresses in it.
That's who I thought. Okay, that was Jill Scott. But Jill Scott is in the First Wives Club.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And I don't know if you watched the movie First Wives Club. It came out years ago. It had Bette Midler and Diane Keating. You might not have watched it, but at any rate, the topic of the film was pretty cool. But the fact that she wrote the series with it being Black women, awesome. The whole series was really, really cool. But she has a pretty cool list of contributions and or creations, and then of course the series Harlem, that's all hers as well, and it's done really well. I hate that it's not going to go beyond the 3rd season, but when one of the interviews that I heard the actors and actresses speak about, that they were considering doing a movie, like, the Sex and the City version of it. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I can see that.
But I remember
try to capture, because if you got something good, you want, people are down with your program. You don't want to leave them hanging. That's really strange. But you know what? I got to check to see the number of episodes in Harlem, because again, that's usually the key. 5 seasons historically has been the hinge for syndication, where you're making money. So that's good though. But she has done a lot.
Yeah, she's done a whole lot. And when what I remember her from, she was like the antagonist to Issa Rae's character in The Misadventures of Awkward Black Girl. Had no idea that she was one of those silent assassins back there just creating. I love that for her.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful thing, man. Do something, and that's your skill. She's written, and the thing about that, she sounds like she's written so many different types. She's not just she's a writer. She's not just a black writer. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't just write for this. She can write across the board, and it's universal, which I love.
Yeah. Cam said, First Wives Club, the movie is a classic. It is a classic, and you might think it's a chick flick, but it's one of those good things. Good comedy and real life as well. And then Jackie Wilmore said the First Wives Club movie and show was and is pretty good. It's really to know that, like, how her influence on writing and paying attention to those shows are very relationship centered. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
That's good to hear, man. That's good. I'm a big fan of writers and anything with words, rhetoricians. That's all my people. That's my tribe. So yeah, man, that is excellent. I just shouts out to the sister, and I hope that she gets. Let me see right now how many, and what is it? It's Harlem, right?
Yes.
That's the latest one that you say has only 3 seasons.
3 seasons. Yeah.
IMDb.
And Mark said he just started watching Harlem. I hope you're watching from the beginning, because you have to go through the ups and downs from season 1 to now. But yeah, stick with it. It has some things. You see a lot of development over the 3 seasons. So I'm hoping that it does get some traction and possibly.
Well, no, that's the requisite, and that's the 8 season. So because it's 24 episodes over 3 seasons. 8, 16, 24, right? Yeah, so that's 8 episodes per season over 3 seasons. Well, I don't know. Things may have changed with streaming and with the other platforms that one would be able to utilize to show your product. I may be dating myself, thinking that you still need that requisite amount, because I'm still thinking network television, but there's so many other options when it comes to continuing to show your product. Okay, well, all right. Well, 24 episodes over 3 seasons, and this is, in fact, the 3rd season. That's pretty good, man. That's actually excellent. Tracy Oliver. Seeing her name right there. Okay. All right. And it's been directed. That's what I like about when they do shows like this. There's been several different directors. Nima Barnett, I work with her. Malcolm Lee. Okay. Yes, indeed. Shouts out. I might have to start watching Harlem.
Check it out.
Netflix, you said, right?
Out. You get some laughs.
I could always use a laugh.
Yeah, you get some laughs, and then you might shake your head at some stuff too, and may allow for you to remember some things that you've done in your youth or when you weren't making good choices. I mean, the whole thing. It runs the gamut.
Okay. All right.
What'd you say?
We'll definitely have to check it out. See what's going on in Harlem. I like the sound of that. I like to support my people, when they're doing good stuff. just like y'all support us, and we certainly appreciate it. You tuned into the Front Porch, y'all. WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about
all day long.
Stick and stay, y'all. It's Free Your Mind Friday. Get your brass up. We're going to see y'all on the other side of the break.
On last week's From the Press Box to Press Row with Donald Ware.
For the Commanders, when we talk about great receivers in the National Football League, we rarely talk about Terry McLaurin. 5 straight years of 1,000 yards receiving, and even in his first season, he had like 920 yards receiving. So this is a guy that, since he's come into the National Football League, that has also gotten it done. But really, the key to the Commanders this year has really been Jayden Daniels and some of the things that he's been able to do, why this team is in the position that it's in.
From the Press Box to Press Row is one of the hottest sports talk shows in the country. Join Donald each week as he takes you on a journey through the world of HBCU sports and pro sports and interviews with top sports and entertainment figures. That's From the Press Box to Press Row.
Fridays at 6 p.m. on WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about.
The New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation is the nonprofit organization that owns the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival presented by Shell. With the funds generated from Jazz Fest, the foundation invests in Louisiana companies through economic development, cultural enrichment, and free educational programs. To learn more about what the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Foundation does, please visit www.jazzandheritage.org.
Do you know what United Way can do for you and your community? Find out by listening to United Way and You every Thursday at noon on WBOK 1230. United Way continues to fight for the most vulnerable members of the community. Find out how this Thursday and every Thursday at noon.
Hello, WBOK listening audience. This is Pastor Robert Tanner of the Community Church of River Ridge, Louisiana, inviting you to tune in to our Sunday morning broadcast at 10 a.m. every Sunday morning right here on WBOK 1230 AM. That's Community Church with Pastor Robert Tanner every Sunday at 10 a.m. right here on WBOK 1230.
Talk That Noel Education is all about awareness. Join Dr. Jaquil Ross from New Schools for New Orleans to learn how our schools in Orleans Parish are performing academically compared to other parishes. Tune in for Talk That this Monday at 12:30 p.m. on 12:30 a.m.
Welcome to Chemical of the Month, a service of the community scientist and Rise St. James. This month, we're focusing on lead, a heavy metal that's dense, soft, and poses serious health risks. In Cancer Alley, lead exposure from industrial emissions or contaminated soil can significantly increase cancer risks and other health problems. Stay informed and protect your health. For more information, visit risestjames.org.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM. You're on the Front Porch with WBOK 1230 AM.
second line. Do that second line. Do that second line. Do that second line. Do that second line. Do it right on time. Do that second line. 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 Do it right on time. Second line, do that second line, do that second line, do that second line, do it right on time. It's your last chance to dance. 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 Last chance to dance. Do that second line. 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 Do it right on time.
Welcome back, y'all. Front Porch, WBOK, 12:30 a.m. What New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Braylon Bryant Banks.
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Good morning, y'all.
And that's Brother Nyron out there, y'all, hitting them switches, making it happen for you right here on this Free Your Mind Friday. Get your brass up and do the second line, just like the song say. We giving you instructions. They're pretty clear. Do the second line right here on Free Your Mind Friday. Thank you all for joining us. Always good to have you all here with us. We were talking a few minutes ago about the genius of the one and only Tracy Oliver, and you were telling us about that. So if you would, madam.
Yes. Yes, sir. You want me to continue about Harlem?
Oh yeah, I didn't. I thought I cut you off because I saw we had moved past the break and you were actually in the middle of something. I apologize, but we don't have Nyron there waving his hand at us.
Just
so when I looked up, I said, it was 10 o'clock. So
yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, just to add a couple pieces about Harlem. The fact that it happens in Harlem, of course, was my draw to it. But when I saw the cast of representations of friend groups that I am familiar with in Harlem, it was casted with some intentions there, and then with all of the things that you expect to go through or that you have experienced, like in friend groups, it made it relevant and real to me. And so in front of the comments, quite a few people are, saying that they've been enjoying it. Hey, Cam, how are you doing? I want to know how y'all feeling out there in California, and I'm glad you chimed in.
Good morning, Cam.
Yes. And Jackie Wilmore said that Whoopi Goldberg, yes, she is in Harlem as well. It's a couple cameos from people or people who pop in and out that have those the roles that are not staples, but yeah, it's just put together well, and every variation of people that and in my experience, Black people in particular, a lot of detail was paid to the writing and just like the cast. So I love that about it. And then where it's set as well, they speak about gentrification. They talk about rights, reproductive rights, and it's following what in real time what's been happening in the news cycles and what's been happening in politics, relationships, infertility. I mean, just all kind of stuff. So I love all of that. And they start this season out with a banger. And I was like, I knew it was going to be you. I was hoping not, but I knew it was going to be you. But yeah.
I wish I'd have known that because this has been more time spent with television on than I have had in quite some time.
This is one to binge.
I wish I'd have known it. Say again?
This is one to binge.
Yeah, I would. That's what I'm saying. I would have binged it had I known, but it's all right. I'm gonna get to it next time they got snow. No, I won't wait that long, but I will get to it. But I was watching the Fall of the House of Usher, which was based on the Edgar Allan Poe story, which was if you haven't seen it, it's I think 8-part series on Netflix. And it's called the Fall of the House of Usher, and the young lady, what is her name? She's an actor, sister. She got really short hair. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. But yeah, it's goth. Well, it's based on Gothic because it was written from Edgar Allan Poe, but it is actually very modern because the family, that the Usher family, they made these multi-billion-dollar fortune where pharmaceuticals and Oxycontin, and that not Oxycontin per se, but a drug Oxycontin like. And that was the whole premise of how they got their money. But it is very, very well acted, very well written. And I think if you like stuff that is not only well written, but it is, like you said about Harlem, it is tied to what's going on today. So if you watch it, you say, "Oh, I see now." Yeah, because there are some similarities to the things that are going on, especially with the not the election. That's not what I was saying. Especially with the OxyContin deal and the family that got caught up in that. watch it and you see some similarities. I think you'll enjoy it. It's kind of
Okay.
it's got a little horror type because it is, of course, Edgar Allan Poe, but it's not to the point where it's a slasher film or anything like that. But that's what I've been watching, man. See, I could have let some good stuff from Harlem in my life instead of watching these people tear up each other in the Usher family.
Mm-hmm.
But it was good. I have to say that. I was up last night watching it because I had to get the last. I had to get the last of it. It was good. I got to say that.
Cool.
So next on the list will be probably Harlem.
Good. Yeah, check it out. It is it has some good similarities to things that you've seen, and yeah. Check it out.
I'm gonna do that. I was trying to find the sister who I admired in this, but her name's not listed. Oh, yes, she is. Tania Miller is her name.
She plays Victorine.
T'_NIA Miller.
Mm-hmm. She plays Victorine or Victorine?
Yes. And she's been in several other things. You recognize her face. But she's in Foundation. Couple of things. For some reason she gets in science fiction and otherworldly type of stuff. I think that's just that look. She gets almost typecast. But scary movies, she has been in several of them. But she was great in The Fall of the House of Usher. She was really good. Tania Miller. You recognize? You pulled her face up?
I just pulled up the cast. I was looking to see who was in it, and when you said Poe and then you said Goth, I was at Goth when you said Poe. So I was trying to figure out like what would I be watching? Yeah. I'm not a huge
I'm a
fan of it, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, check it out. She is. I think you would enjoy her in this. And again, it's not. I would tell you if it was like just slasher, gothic, or whatever like that, but it's not. It is it's a pretty good movie, and it is definitely worth watching if you just got nothing else to do. You sit around and you're watching, like I've been doing for the past couple of days, just binging and different things like that. But I just sent you her picture, so check it out and let me know if you recognize her from anything, because she's been around for a minute. But she was really good in it, so if you get a chance to check out The Fall of the House of Usher, I haven't been watching too much. I've been catching up. I actually started rereading Cast because I just got bored with the TV. I had to turn it off. So, and I picked that up because it was on the bookshelf. So that's how I've been spending my summer vacation.
Not summer vacation. I'm glad you brought up books because there's a book by Terry McMillan called. Hang on a second. Let's see. Yes, I see. I don't remember her. I don't remember seeing her, but she's very pretty. I don't remember seeing her though.
You don't remember seeing her? Okay, all right.
I don't remember seeing her. Like I don't know what she's played in.
I'm sorry, you don't know what?
I don't know what she's played in other than this particular.
She's been in Foundation.
Yeah.
She's, like I said, it's you. I don't think, because you're not a big science fiction person, and for whatever reason, it seems like she has been. I hate to say typecast, but a lot of her roles have been science science fiction, otherworldly, like Foundation and a couple of other things that she has been in. The Haunting of something. But yeah, she has been in several really kind of strange out of the. She also did Gangs of London.
Oh, okay.
She did Gangs of London. Did a couple of things, man, but that was television. Movies, she's done Foundation, La Fortuna, The Haunting of Bly Manor, and see, that's what I'm saying, haunting stuff, and Foundation, which is science
Suspense,
fiction,
horror, sci-fi kind of.
suspense. Yeah, that's. I know she's probably didn't go to school to say I want to be a sci-fi horror actor, but for whatever reason, she has been cast as or in these types of movies. That's pretty strange. That's pretty strange. I wonder why. But she is good in it. So if you get a chance to see that, I think you'll enjoy. I think she did a very good turn as Victoria in The Fall of the House of Usher, which again is on Netflix. So if you want to check that out, do so. Do so, and I think you might enjoy.
Cool. I'll have to put that in queue. But I'm glad you brought up books. When you said that you actually had to unplug from the TV, I actually picked up I Almost Forgot About You, which is another Terry McMillan book that it's a couple years old, and I've read it before, but I got into reading it again, and it's hitting a little different now that I'm a little older. So I was like, oh well. Not only can I relate or like have some sort of idea, no, I get it at this point. So it was cool to unplug.
It's like that old adage that the older you get, the wiser your parents become.
Yeah.
Because you start to get some of the wisdom that she may have been writing with at a time when you didn't have it. But now that you gained it, you see it like, oh, T. McMillan, I see why you be talking, looking, get your groove back and different things. You got a different perspective.
Well, this one, not so much. It's just because Terry McMillan, her writing, while you can relate to some of that stuff, be a little extreme, and I can't connect with all of it, but like the emotions of my age now and how I react to things at this point. Also, my ability to disconnect and how I prioritize things in her writing makes sense to me now. A lot more sense to me now.
Okay. All right. So you think you're a bigger fan now than you were, or just have a deep understanding of it?
I think I have a deeper understanding of the writing at this point. Yeah. A deeper understanding for sure.
I like that.
Yeah.
But that's what I picked up. And I went straight from The Fall of the House of Usher to rereading Cass by Isabel Wilkerson. So, which is a whole nother thing, talking about the caste system here and how the imprint of slavery still resonates today, which you just saw live and in living color last month. But I don't know why I'm doing that to myself. I think I'm been inside too long. I think
it's exactly that.
Yeah, I've been inside too long, and I know that, and I'm really I'm leaving out today as soon as this show is over. I'm going to get in my car and drive the snow off it because I'm tired of looking at it. So that is my plan for post-show. You've already been at the gas station, so you've driven.
Yes, I have driven.
I
did start the car yesterday now. No, because there's been a lot of traffic. So there was snow like in the middle of the road where cars had passed over, but like on the in the wider portions of the road or the street, there, the snow is melted.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's good. So still, folks who are still not used to it because y'all can't drive in the rain. So please,
Lord.
still, the admonitions are still there. Please be careful, slow down, don't be in that big a hurry, because you're gonna be all right. First, you got to get there. But that's what I'm gonna do today. I'm gonna go and as soon as we get off this show, I'm gonna go drive my car. Probably go up there by my mom and make sure she's good. Y'all keep listening, y'all. It's the Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about
all day long.
Don't go nowhere, y'all. It's Free Your Mind Friday. Get your brass up. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Trying to grow your business or increase traffic to your location? We can help. WBOK 1230 AM has a number of solutions that will meet your individual needs. Give one of our consultants a call today at 504-582-9420 or email us at info@wbok1230.com. And remember, an investment with WBOK is an investment in our community. Call today.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Jennifer Avegno, Health Director for the City of New Orleans. It's flu season, so now's the time to roll up your sleeves and get your flu shot. Flu cases are on the rise and affect every age. From handshakes to friendly hugs to touching infected surfaces, the flu can be transmitted to anyone, anywhere. Don't let the flu sideline you from all the fun things you love about our city. Getting your flu shot is one of the easiest things you can do to protect yourself. Be flu ready, NOLA, and get your flu shot today. Visit healthyheartcpp.org to learn more.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe. 60 Minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
New Schools for New Orleans wants to send a special shout out to our partner, the All-State Sugar Bowl. During the holiday break, over 30 teachers had the opportunity to ride in the New Year's Eve parade, and boy, did they have a blast. In addition, we had over 60 teachers attend the All-State Sugar Bowl game. Out of the 60, 11 teachers received a $1,000 gift card to purchase needed supplies to enhance the learning experiences for their students. Thank you, All-State Sugar Bowl, for your commitment to NOLA's teachers.
You're on the Front Porch with WBOK 1230 AM.
basics. Got them feet to move your body. Talking about footwork, 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 footwork.
Welcome back, y'all. It's the Front Porch. WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Braylon Bryant Banks.
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Are you in your car?
Yes. Just turned it on because I had it on my mind. Let me come out here and start my car. And I just turned it off, go back inside. My timing was a little off. So please, I appreciate your indulgence.
No, I mean, at this point with the technology, the only thing we run into a problem with you being on the phone is the signal. And we've been pretty good all the week that we've been on. So I just kept hearing the noises. And I was curious. So that's why I asked. Other than that, you sound just fine.
Oh, you could hear the dinging?
Yes.
Oh, well, sorry about that. Didn't mean to assault your ears with that. Usually it's
Not
just
at
me. Nyron is in charge of the sound effects, except other than that,
Oh, boy.
Yes, ma'am, I understand clearly. I do indeed. We are going through this second hour. We got one more to do here for you right here on the Front Porch, y'all, and we're so glad you're with it. It is Free Your Mind Friday. We don't have to call in number, but you are welcome to free your mind on the Facebook page. You're welcome to write in your comments and your observations, how you feel. We encourage that, and I hope that you get an opportunity to do so. Has anybody been talking lately on the feed, Kimber?
I will check that out in a few seconds. The last comments that I did commit to memory, it was it was Joshua still encouraging Mark to go and take the glass bottle of ketchup. But I'm gonna go back and see.
Encouraging him to do what?
Take Waleed's glass bottle of ketchup from his next event.
Man.
And I love that y'all petty. It's
That's
funny.
All right.
It's funny to me. If nobody else finds it funny, I think it's funny.
I like it, man. I like it because y'all play well together, like cousins.
Yes.
Sometimes it get a little rough, but it's all love.
There were some musings from Josh as well. He said he wished that we lived closer so we could actually be sitting on the front porch having these conversations. And we've been hinting and threatening a meetup, a pop-up, and I guess we're going to really have to get on that because this is not the first request that we've had.
Yeah. And I don't think it has ever been given a thumbs down. I just don't think we have gotten around to it yet. It's got to be when it's warm, kids. That's my only caveat. That is my only caveat to the whole thing. This meet-up, greet-up, pop-up, whatever, as long as it is warm outside and nobody brings baby oil, we are good.
Oh, my God. What is the thing with the baby oil? Because this is this. I know what it's attached to, right?
Hook up, meet up to turn into puffy party. That's all.
Oh God. So that's this is one thing I have as a question, and Front Porch, of course, by all means. How long does it take you to go through a regular size bottle of baby oil?
Let me go check the date on the one that I got in my thing, because I don't think I never bought but one bottle. And it done got the label has gotten I ain't going to say crusty, but old. It ain't crusty, It's still pretty smooth, but it has been around, it's been around for a while.
Yeah. And I've gotten into the baby oil gel.
The baby oil gel?
Yes.
Oh, they love you at the parties, child.
Oh, Lord. Well, it's baby oil, but it's not that, because when you're pouring or like you're using baby oil as like a lotion or a moisturizer, there's no accuracy in how much you're using. So the gel gives you a bit more control over your distribution. But even when I remember
so it just don't go skeeting all everywhere.
There was not the perfect opportunity to use skeet, but okay.
There you go.
Yeah, but even with buying baby oil, I just don't ever remember running through bottles very frequently.
Well,
lotion, yes. Lotion gets used quite, because of the thickness of it, you can run through it and then you have to flip the bottle upside down to get all your money's worth of it.
That's right.
But
that's right.
Baby oil, I just don't remember people running through baby oil like that.
Well, what was your annual number of freak-offs?
Oh, God. Never.
What was the number annually of freak-offs that you either had or hosted?
0.
Well, there is why you have an abundance of baby oil. You was using it for babies. That's the difference.
Lord have mercy.
You weren't using it for anything else. And that's why I know mine has been around so long. Because we ain't got no babies in here. And the new babies that's here, their parents buy them the new baby oil. So there you go. I hope that helps, man.
Even with my kids, I remember that they came out with like the lavender baby oil, or like they started making a whole lot of hypoallergenic kind of things. So like if your baby had skin sensitivities and whatnot. But I don't remember baby oil being a buy that was on even a monthly or even bi-monthly shopping list.
See? Well, you're going to have to up your number of freak-offs, baby, in order for your baby oil distribution to catch up with it. But right now, we got to catch up with this break. It's the Front Porch, y'all. WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
Stick and stay, y'all. Don't go nowhere. Free your mind Friday. Get your brass up. We'll see y'all on the other side of the break.
From the campus of Xavier University, WBOK 1230 AM, Go, and Equity Media Station.
This news report is brought to you by New Schools for New Orleans.
I'm Amber Payton with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. Police now say 2 people are dead and 2 others are injured after a shooting at a Nashville, Tennessee high school this morning. They add 2 female students were shot by a 17-year-old male student. The shooter then turned the gun on himself. Black Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass is issuing an emergency order to prepare burn areas for rain, directing crews to clear debris, shore up hillsides, and protect the stormwater system from fire-related pollutants. Refugee flights to the U.S. have stopped after President Trump suspended the State Department's program, leaving thousands of Afghan refugees, including vetted ones, at risk. Some are now stranded abroad. And Barnstable County, Massachusetts is honoring Jeanne Morrison, chair of its Human Rights Advisory Commission, with the Martin Luther King Jr. Day Award for her decades of work advancing equity and justice on Cape Cod. I'm Amber Payton on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
New Schools for New Orleans wants to send a special shout out to our partner, the All-State Sugar Bowl. During the holiday break, over 30 teachers had the opportunity to ride in the New Year's Eve parade, and boy, did they have a blast. In addition, we had over 60 teachers attend the All-State Sugar Bowl game. Out of the 60, 11 teachers received a $1,000 gift card to purchase needed supplies to enhance the learning experiences for their students. Thank you, All-State Sugar Bowl, for your commitment to NOLA's teachers.
You're on the Front Porch with WBOK 1230 AM.
Welcome back, y'all. Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Braylon Bryant Banks.
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Hey, y'all.
That's Brother Nyron out there pushing the buttons and flipping the switches, y'all, keeping this good stuff coming directly to you. All the while we are here, and we certainly want to thank you guys for hanging us out with us as we roll into this third and final hour of today's episode of the Front Porch. Normally, we'd be coming to you from the historic campus of Xavier University, from our studios right at the foot of the overpass on South Norman C. Francis Parkway, but we're not there now because of the snow. We are out and about, but we are still bringing this to you, and we appreciate all of you being here on Free Your Mind Friday. Get your brass up. Let us know what's going on with you. No, you can't call us and let us know, but you certainly can communicate if you go to the Facebook online and put your thoughts and observations in the chat. We will certainly read them to you, come back to you, and let you know what's going on. And we thank all of you who have been letting us know what's happening. Did Cam give you an update, Kimber?
Have not gotten an update just yet.
Okay.
I'm awaiting it. But DiCaprio had an update for us. He said that the traffic is so bad in New Orleans, he got out of his car, went to the store, got back, and it still had not moved. And please tell us where you are in New Orleans so that we can alert our listeners.
You know that was going to be my question. Where are you, cuz?
Yeah.
That's the question. Where
are you in the city?
You talking about?
Good Lord.
Because he said he got out of his car, so he couldn't have been on the interstate.
No.
I hope not.
Stranger things have happened.
Let's see, man. Let us know, DiCaprio, what part of the city you in where all this is going on, man.
Yeah, he said, the traffic is so bad in New Orleans, I got out the car and went to the store, came back, traffic still didn't move. So, yeah, let us know where you are.
Yeah, definitely, because, again, getting out of the car was the key on that. I know you're not on the interstate on the bridge, so, and then you got out to go to the store, so that's got to be street traffic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let us know, DiCaprio. I'm curious about that, man, because I'm getting ready to head out there, and I'm thinking that things are getting better. And the one thing that I can tell you, the beauty of all of that snow that we have had over the past few days is lost when you see how it looks piled up next to the curb and is no longer pristine and white. It is more dirt colored.
Mm-hmm. That's a
I
nice
never
way of
write
putting
no
it.
song about that.
Now what now?
People write about white Christmas and stuff like that. I say, why nobody never write about this dirty snow? I don't know if there's any songs about dirty snow, but when I went out yesterday to walk the dog, there some intrepid individuals in the neighborhood had cleared portions of the sidewalks and, of course, piled the snow in the street right next to the curb. But the few cars that were out and about yesterday were driving past and, of course, lent to the new coloration of the snow. And that's the way I put it. But it's such a letdown from the other night when you were walking and it was quiet and it was just blanketed with snow and it was just beautiful. And then to go see it all mushed up next to the curb, yeah, kind of took the blues off the road, you know.
That was always my I guess, not concern, but my lack of excitement about people talking about snow. People were like all hyped up and geeked up about it, and I was like, yeah, but that's going to have to melt, and it's going to be gross when it does. But nobody ever thinks about that. Never, never, never.
I tell you, it not until it is right there in your line of vision, because I know I hadn't thought about it. I was too busy trying to convince myself I was actually enjoying it while I was out in it. But the realization came hard and fast as we walked, Columbus and I was like, hey, yuck. This is not really appealing anymore.
All is cracked up. Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of glad this whole thing is done, if I could just be honest. I am really kind of glad this whole thing is done. And I think we have had our share, and I think we have had some other people's share
Absolutely.
of snow over these past couple of weeks, a couple of days. It just felt like a couple of weeks, right? Over these past couple of days, I'm ready to pass it on back to the people who own it. All you Minnesotians and all our good, even Chuck, our Louisiana Yankee, y'all used to getting a little snow up there. So you can, if you got your dope, we'll send this back to you. We will send it back to you.
Have it back. Mm-hmm.
You know,
you don't need
I'm
it.
tired of
You
playing
don't
with
want it.
I'm tired of playing with it. Oh boy. What else is going on in this world, Kimber?
Nothing that I necessarily want to delve into unless it's lighthearted, because it is Free Your Mind Friday. People stupid, and yeah.
It is that. It is certainly that. And the thing about it, I guess that's the only thing I wanted to free my mind. Snow, go away, and don't worry about coming back another day. It's cool. You can stay going where you're going.
Go back to where you came from.
Stay going where you're going.
Yeah, go back to where you came from. Go back to your country. Yeah,
that's right.
Go there, because we don't. We're done. We've had our fill. Thanks.
I know I have. I don't want to make it, because there may be some people out there who have really enjoyed this, and you know who you are, and you can have mine. But if you're looking for something to do now that the weather has changed, I would like to remind you all that the film Nickel Boys has now started its run here in the city. So if you get an opportunity to go out, if you haven't been inside in front of a screen in a dark room long enough, go on out and go to the movies and go see Nickel Boys. You might recognize there was a plethora of local actors in the filming of the movie. So if you go, you may actually recognize somebody in the movie. So do yourself a favor and go and see that. You might
do that.
You know, for a change, at least to get out of the house.
God. Yeah.
It'll be fun. Oh, you kidding
No, go
me?
and I really am encouraging people to go and see that one. You will not be disappointed by the acting, of course, but you'll be happy to see. You're happy to see the story and how it develops. So yeah, treat yourself.
I'll agree. Treat yourself
to an outing.
There you go. Buy you some popcorn. Because it's kind of, you could get a drink in, but it's kind of hard to sneak popcorn in. But I know some of you are very, very innovative, and if it was a challenge that was put to you, I'm sure that you would find a way to get it in there. So go on out there, man, get yourself some. I think you'll enjoy it. And this is one movie that I will say I recommend that you get if you have the opportunity to see it in the theater, that you do so. It'll be on a streaming service sometime, probably in the next few weeks. And I don't really care how big a screen you got. It is nothing like seeing it on the big screen because of the cinematography, because of the way the movie was shot. I just think it would be so worth your time to go and see it in the theater, so you can take full advantage of Joe Mofray's brilliant cinematography in the movie and enjoy that portion of it, which is why it has gotten not just the story itself and the adaptation from Colson Whitehead's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel of the same name. It also will give you an opportunity to see what all the buzz buzz is about. It's not just the acting. It's not just the story. The cinematography is as big a star as any of the people who are in the movie. And I think both the director and the cinematographer have alluded to that in their interviews. So if you get a chance, I'd like to hear from you guys Monday. If you got a chance to see it, let us know. Because by that time, hopefully, we'll be back in the studio and we can take your phone call.
Listen,
and I won't have to keep bothering Kimber by reading the stuff off her tablet.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be give us free if we're not out of here today. Today should be the last day.
I'm loving it. It's just like McDonald's, y'all. But right now, we're going to have to ask y'all to hang with us, baby, because we got to take this quick break. You're tuned into the Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
See y'all on the other side of the break.
Norman Robinson is back.
Can you hear me now?
And he's taking no prisoners.
Can you hear me now?
Each weekday, Norman Robinson brings you commentary with Off the Top.
The incident was shocking, disturbing, disgusting, disappointing, and sad.
Each weekday, Off the Top with Norman Robinson is heard exclusively right here.
It's Off the Top with Norman Robinson on WBOK 1230 AM.
Welcome to Chemical of the Month, a service of the community scientist and Rise St. James. This month, we're focusing on lead, a heavy metal that's dense, soft, and poses serious health risks. In Cancer Alley, lead exposure from industrial emissions or contaminated soil can significantly increase cancer risks and other health problems. Stay informed and protect your health. For more information, visit risestjames.org.
Do you know what United Way can do for you and your community? Find out by listening to United Way and You every Thursday at noon on WBOK 1230. United Way continues to fight for the most vulnerable members of the community. Find out how this Thursday and every Thursday at noon.
Visit DePaul's new Algiers Health Center at 2801 General de Gaulle Drive to receive primary and preventive care for both adults and children. Services also include behavioral health, imaging, and on-site pharmacy, vision, Medicaid enrollment assistance, and more. For appointments, visit DePaulCommunityHealthCenters.org or call 504-207-3060.
Are you passionate about community safety and police accountability? Tune in to The Monitor's Mic, where we talk about oversight, policing, and you. Hosted by the Office of Independent Police Monitor, we're here to shine a light on policing issues that matter, from real-time policing updates to in-depth interviews. Get the facts and stay informed. We're breaking down complex issues, highlighting community voices, and holding people behind the badge accountable. Join us for an informative hour every Friday at noon on WBOK. Your city, your police, your show. The Monitor's Mic.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe. 60 Minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health.
Talk That. Noel Education is all about awareness. Join Dr. Jakil Ross from New Schools for New Orleans to learn how our schools in Orleans Parish are performing academically compared to other parishes. Tune in for Talk That this Monday at 12:30 p.m. on 12:30 a.m.
Making a difference in the community. WBOK 1230 AM. You're on the Front Porch with WBOK 1230 AM.
Welcome back, y'all. It's the Front Porch. WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Graylin Bryant Banks.
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Good morning.
Brother Nyron on the other side, y'all, bringing it to you right here on this Free Your Mind Friday. So get your brass up. Let us know what's going on with you. Let us know. Hit us up on the Facebook. We are live streaming. Get your comments in. If you got something on your mind, you want to get it off your chest, holler at your people. We going to get to it. It's a little different than it usually is, and we surely appreciate you guys indulging us, sticking with us as we continue to bring the Front Porch to you, utilizing all levels of technology, computerization, and the expertise of our producers to get this information to you during a time when, we can't exactly be together as we would like to be. And I got to say that I kind of miss y'all, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. Columbus is a good substitute, but, he like to sit too close.
Oh, Lord. Well, yeah. I got an update from one of our listeners. Nikki says the Crescent City Connection Bridge has an hour and a half wait.
Wait, the Crescent City Connection Bridge has an hour and a half wait?
Yes.
To get on?
I guess to get on or over. But either way, being on a bridge that long, for me, anxiety through the roof.
Yeah, that's a long time to be up there. Well, the winds died down some. Well, you know what? I said I haven't even been outside except to check the car. It didn't feel that windy, but I don't know if you on the bridge and this wind has been doing like it's doing. It may be a little hairy being up there on top of the bridge for an hour and a half, 90 minutes. Yikes! It's a long time. To get
that
from,
very long
but I guess that's to get from anywhere on the West Bank to anywhere on the East Bank.
The Crescent City Connection is that the bridge that's coming from the West Bank, and the Mississippi River Bridge is the one that's going to the West Bank? I don't know which one is which.
No, I think together they are the Crescent City Connection because both go in both directions. Both go in both directions. I don't think what we used to call the G&O Bridge, the old bridge, I think that name has gone away. And I think that the Crescent City Connection is what we call the twins all together. But yeah, I don't think it's a separation of the bridges. But I'm not on the West Bank that long, so I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
But either way, if you're out there and you're on that bridge, man, be careful because an hour and a half to get across there, please time yourself accordingly. If you know that you are in a hurry or have to be somewhere at a certain time, please follow the dictates of which one of our listeners, Front Porch folks, gave us that information. We are appreciative of it, but let their information dictate your actions. If you are trying to get somewhere and you got to cross the bridge, you may as well give yourself at least an hour and a half to get there. Let your people know you're running behind and you won't be there right on time. So please take your time and don't hurt nobody. Hour and a half. Did DiCaprio hit you back and let us know where he was?
I did not see a message back. Let me refresh the comments and see if I got something new to pop. But that hour and a half had me shook. For real.
For real, man.
To travel anywhere, to be elevated for an hour and a half, and it's not a roller coaster or a ride where you knew that was happening. Oh, no. No.
Yeah, that would not be good. That would not be good. So give yourself the time. And I mean, if the bridge is like that, I wonder what the high rise is like. We got any listeners that's either heading out or in the traffic going toward the east? Is the high rise back open? New Orleans East residents, let us know if the high rise is back open. Have you?
Haven't heard anything
closed?
about, but DiCaprio said both bridge is causing a mess. So to go across, yeah. The Crescent City connection going in both directions is both giving problems. And I know, like, because it's elevated, because it has nothing to absorb the cold. Like, you know, if roads that are over ground, you have the ability for it to thaw because you have something, or it's going to take longer for it to freeze. But on a bridge, there's nothing deep enough to keep it from freezing over, and the thawing process is going to be an issue. I could see where there would be a problem, which is why anytime you cross a bridge, you see a bridge made ice in cold weather. And it's like, well, why would the bridge be iced and not the rest of the road? But if it's elevated and doesn't have the density to continue down, and, you know, like the regular road that's attached to the ground, that's the reason why it would ice before anything else. And that we've had a pretty heavy layer of snow. I could see that being a hot mess.
And especially the fact that they actually closed the bridge, you know, for several hours during when it was really cold and snowing, and the bridge is steel, so all that stuff that was sitting on there, it's got to take its time to melt and thaw out and become safe. I wonder if there's only one lane going in each direction. That may be why it's taking so long.
I'm not sure, but I'm looking to see what other instances are happening.
Yeah, because I'm curious. Anybody out in the east? Because now we've been talking about the Crescent City connection, and I'm wondering if the high rise is suffering any ill effects, or are folks just going across there like they normally do, which is scary enough. So yeah, let's see if we can get somebody out there who is either in the east or in their car driving toward there, or have come across it. If you had to get to work this morning in the city and you're coming from the east, let us know how your journey was across the high rise. Help out somebody else who may have to make that same direction, have to go that same direction at some point during the day. We can pass this information on. That's what we like to do. We get folks who are actually there, who can see it and know what's going on, and then we pass all that on to you guys. So if anybody out there has that information, please don't text us while you are driving. Please don't do that. No. But if you get the opportunity, or you have already made it to your destination and get an opportunity to call us or text us or hit us on the Facebook and let us know what's going on out there, we would surely appreciate it. And I know that our listeners would as well, because I don't doubt that there will be some other folks who are following in your footsteps. Let us know how the traffic is, because if it's almost noon and you are still taking an hour and a half to get across the G&O, that means the warm-up is not as rapid as we might have thought. It is all the way up to a balmy 47 degrees right now. 47 degrees. So grab your tank tops and your flip-flops, and it's time to head out in it. It's all the way up to 47, kids. How you like that?
I'll take it.
Compared to what we've been doing? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
Now,
Go ahead.
Somebody asked, like, the people who are having problems with being inside now, are they the same people who are having problems during COVID? During COVID, I think I had run so much that I welcomed the break, right? And I didn't have a problem staying inside by any means. But this situation, I don't love it. And I would like to do some other stuff rather than being stuck inside. But no, when they were saying stay inside to save your life, I I had no problem.
Yeah. And I think it was, well, for me, we've recommended that people stay inside, mask up, stay away from folks and different things like that. But that was a suggestion. You could still leave. You could still leave. It was not suggested that you did, but you could go to the store. You had to mask up. If somewhere was open, you could get there. But in this case, you can't. All the recommendations to stay inside. Don't leave out your house. Stay inside because the streets are dangerous. The roads are dangerous. People can't drive in the snow. The buses stop. The streetcars stop. Everybody stop. So stay inside. That's, I think, is a bit different than the pandemic when you could still go get in your car. Because I know several times I rode to the park, rode through Audubon Park, dropped, just to get out of the house and do something. But in this case, you really couldn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you really couldn't leave out of the house, man. And if you did, you had to dress up like the Michelin Man to do so. That wasn't the case during the pandemic. The most extra that you had to have on at that time was a mask. And the roads were clear and you could still get around. So I don't know. This one was a little bit different. I'm just glad it's over, to be quite honest. It wasn't. After 4 days, yeah, I'm ready to get out the house without it crunching while I walk.
Right. Right. Okay. So somebody else said what I said. They was like, "Oh, did you like it?" I don't want to crunch on stuff as I'm stepping. But Courtney Brown gave us an update. The high rise is still closed. You have to take
the high rise. Say that again.
The high rise is still closed. You have to take the Seabrook Bridge or the Danziger Bridge, and Chef is a parking lot. And it appears that there's only one lane open on the Crescent City Connection. I think that's what they're saying.
One lane open on the Crescent City Connection, I think, in either direction.
Yeah, no. Why fight being outside?
Well, because I know I don't have any bridges to traverse heading uptown from here. It's all surface streets, and I'm going. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere else. This would not be one of those mind-clearing city rides or drives that I got in during COVID. But no, it'll definitely be to get out the house for a mental health break. And I need it for my mental health. And I need to see if my car works. I got to do that too.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's what I'm going to do.
Lori Weber says that grilling is not fun shoveling a driveway either.
She said what?
It's not fun shoveling a driveway either.
It's not fun settling a driveway?
Shoveling.
Oh, shoveling. I run my car over that. Y'all was shoveling? I ain't shoveling. That's what the car got, a 2-ton car. What I'm a shovel for? Let the car do that.
Well,
that's
the heat from the exhaust will take it down.
Yeah, and I'm going to start it. I'm going to let it run for a little while, and then I am going to get in it and drive it. I don't know. I can see my driveway. There's not a lot of ice still left, not a lot of snow still left. So I can only imagine that the streets going uptown, the major streets, St. Charles, Magazine, would have had enough traffic thus far till there would be like where the lanes are, where everybody's tires go. Now, I don't know on what street you turn off, whether or not that'll be good. On the soft streets, on the side streets, may have had less traffic than the major streets. So that's where you really need to pay attention when you're turning off to go into certain neighborhoods, which may or may not have had as much traffic as the major streets. But that's my plan. I'm planning on staying to the major streets. I'm not in any hurry at all, but I'll be glad to get out, and I will be definitely looking and paying attention to other drivers.
Yeah. Yeah. That's necessary.
Because y'all might be doing something
I
else.
do that
and this
often,
is not
and
the
it's
time to
always
be
disappointing.
texting with the streets the way they are. Please.
Yeah, I always pay attention to other drivers, and it's always disappointing to see not people glancing at their phone, but straight up staring into their phone. And it's like, again, don't kill us, kill you.
That's right. That's right. And do it in a way that's less spectacular, if you don't mind. Just, go somewhere by yourself. Go somewhere by yourself and do your thing over there, and let us do our thing over here, because I'm trying to live, cousin.
Yeah.
The streets are slippery and slick, and a regular day requires your full attention behind the wheel of a 2-ton weapon. So when it's slippery and snowing, we coming out of this, and then people are a little bit antsy too. They haven't driven in a while, so they might be kind of excited about being behind the wheel, which would make them go a little bit faster than I think they normally would. Keep all of those things in mind as you're out there. I don't know yet anybody who has had to go either one way across the river coming back on this side, but if you out there and you are listening and tuned into the Front Porch in your car and you are up on that bridge or in that traffic, give us a call. Well, you can't call us, and I don't know if you could do it on the well, you might be able to get the Facebook thing on your phone if you can. Just let us know what it looks like other than a sea of stoplights. If you're behind traffic and seeing everybody just stopped in front of you, it's got to be an hour and a half on the bridge. That's got to be, yeah. And no way off because all the ramps probably are closed. Yeah. Good luck, y'all. If you can stay inside, stay inside. If you don't have to leave out, because slowly and surely is the way to go. I think not just today, but probably until the weekend, until you can go outside and not see any more snow anywhere, then I think you should probably continue to use caution and all those little rules. Remember that little driving book that you used to have when you were getting your license, and they gave you all the rules? Channel that little book and keep yourself safe.
Yeah, I remember that.
You remember that book?
Yes, I do. It was.
That was a badge of honor, boy. When you had that there, you know you was getting ready to become a motorist. You was about to graduate from the ranks of pedestrian and become a motorist. We'll talk more about that, y'all. It's the Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM, what New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
We'll see y'all on the other side of the break.
Hey everybody, it's Graylin Bryant Banks.
And Kimber White Dupree.
From the Front Porch, y'all. You know how we do. Every Monday is Moving Monday.
And Tuesday is Trivia Tuesday.
And y'all know we have nothing but bad cheering coming through here on Wednesday.
But stick with us. On Thursday, we travel.
That's right. And Friday's Free Your Mind Friday, so get your brass up.
Something on your mind? Want to get it off your chest?
Holla at your people. WBOK 1230 AM, the station you listen to.
All day long.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Saints of God, it's time for us to tell you the truth. It's time for you to start your 21-day challenge. Don't take another day. Do it right now. Call 504-701-4711. That's the whole water stove, Pastor David M. Partan Sr., the host of Change Your Water, Change Your Mind. This is the water that's designed to change your body, the way you think, the way you act, and the way you look. Why don't you start your 21-day challenge today? For $35, you can start it right now. Call me so we can set up your appointment. 504-701-4711. That's 504-701-4711. Change your water, change your mind.
65 or older? Don't let flu, COVID, or RSV surprise you with a serious illness. Vaccines help keep your winter surprises the good kind.
Surprise!
Risk less, do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Welcome to Liberty Bank and Trust, where your financial journey transforms communities. Since 1972, our customized banking solutions power your dreams and fuel your community growth. Every dollar you invest with us circles back to empower more people, ensuring opportunities for generations. Join us at Liberty Bank. Together, we empower possibility. Visit libertybank.net to start banking with purpose. Liberty Bank, there's freedom here.
New Schools for New Orleans wants to send a special shout out to our partner, the All-State Sugar Bowl. During the holiday break, over 30 teachers had the opportunity to ride in the New Year's Eve parade, and boy, did they have a blast. In addition, we had over 60 teachers attend the All-State Sugar Bowl game. Out of the 60, 11 teachers received a $1,000 gift card to purchase needed supplies to enhance the learning experiences for their students. Thank you, All-State Sugar Bowl, for your commitment to NOLA's teachers.
WBOK and LCMC Health are proud to present Keeping You Well Cafe, 60 Minutes with LCMC Health, where the doctors speak directly to the people of New Orleans. LCMC Health is committed to improving the quality of care here in New Orleans, the Gulf South, and beyond. The Keeping You Well Cafe is another way for LCMC Health to engage with the community. At the Keeping You Well Cafe, LCMC Health joins WBOK and local businesses to answer your questions about wellness and health.
Hello, I'm Gary Clark. Please tune in to Dr. Clark 101, The Living Classroom, which is broadcasted weekly every Wednesday at 12:30 p.m. on WBOK 1230 a.m. on your dial. And as always, it's been a pleasure.
You're on the Front Porch with WBOK 1230 a.m.
Welcome back, y'all. Front Porch, WBOK 1230 AM. What New Orleans is talking about.
All day long.
I'm your host, Graylin Bryant Banks.
And I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Good morning.
Brother Nyron's on the other side. Not quite glass, on the other side of the air. Somewhere out there. Bringing it to y'all. Free Your Mind Friday. Thank y'all for being with us because it has been a lovely day. Hope you had a chance to shake something to the music that was playing. Hope you get an opportunity to get out of the house if you have been in there for quite some time. Take your time. If you're getting behind the wheel of your car, if you're going driving somewhere, pay attention to the road, pay attention to other drivers. Make sure that you are aware and get yourself where you're going safe and get yourself back home sound. Safe and sound is how we want y'all to be.
Absolutely. And before we conclude the show, I have one thing I have to say to the last resident of my room. Happy 17th birthday to Imari Dupree. Her birthday is on tomorrow, but I did not want
Happy birthday, niece. Yes, indeed. 17, girl.
Birthday.
You're about to be grown. Yeah. 18, you could join the army. 21, you could vote. Ain't that? No, you can vote at 19. What can you do to be 21? Oh, you can drink. You can drink in other places that is not New Orleans. Because in New Orleans, 18 gets you. In New Orleans, 18 gets you in the bar. In other parts of the country, 21 has to be the magic number. And I know that because we just celebrated one of those milestones. So happy birthday, my love. I hope you see a many more. Many happy returns of the day to you. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Y'all got big plans?
Yes. Well, they're adjusted for now. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able
to. But a
do
birthday
a
is tomorrow, right? It's not today, is it?
Yes.
Yes,
hopefully we'll be able to do some things on tomorrow because today just the conditions just are not allowing for much. So we'll see. But, we're going to do something.
Well, I'm sure she will have something. I'm sure the family will make sure that she is celebrated on her day. And I know you guys are going to have safe fun and all of this good stuff that is going on out here because that is our wish and our prayer for you, that you stay and remain safe in whatever it is that you are going to do today. We're not used to this, y'all. This is the Caribbean. This is like snow in Kingston. You know what I'm saying? Snow in Ocho Rios or somewhere, man. Them two things just don't go together. It doesn't snow in the Caribbean, and that's where we live, in the Caribbean. So we're taking a little time to get used to it. But, again, just like guests and fish, after several days, I won't be mad when you go. I just need to get that out there.
Yes, Lord have mercy. So, yes, there was a comment from Josh that says, after these snow days and us being able to conduct the show via telephone, he said, I'm sure the Front Porch will still continue through an apocalypse. Well, don't call that to us, Josh. We are not interested in it because this week has been enough. And
what was the last part of the show after we did the Front Porch by phone? What was the last part?
That the Front Porch will survive an apocalypse. It will not stop during an apocalypse. Don't call that upon us, please, and thank you.
But from your lips to God's ear, brother, I'm a latch on to the survive part. I ain't even sweating
How about that?
The apocalypse.
Yes.
I'm a latch on to the survive part. Now I'll take that. I would definitely take that. Yes, indeed. Well, we've shown that we do have the ability to continue like the postman through all types of weather, to keep this information and these good vibes and this Front Porch open and coming to you guys, which is always so much fun. And I'm glad to know that if we ever have to do this again, and Lord, I am not requesting that, it's just a aside that if it comes to that, we know that we would be able to do it again, but we're not in any big hurry for that, if you don't mind, sir, if you don't mind at all. We want to thank you guys for giving us 3 hours out of your lives that you'll never get back, and we certainly hope we've given you a little bit of something in return for the investment of your time. I'm your host, Graylin Bryant Banks.
I'm your host, Kimber White Dupree. Take care of yourselves and each other, y'all.
That's right, and that's Brother Nyron on the other side of the ether, bringing it to you. The next time you hear us, we'll probably be together, but that ain't wait till Monday, so we don't know. Practice random acts of kindness. Do something nice for somebody just because it's a nice thing to do. Y'all take care of yourselves. Be safe, be warm, and be careful, and we going to see y'all on the flip.
Shout out to super producer Nyron Sanders.
Yay, yay.
Have you heard the secret of what New Orleans is talking about? I promise everything will be okay if you're listening here on the airwaves. It's that WBOK 12:30 a.m.
From the campus of Xavier University. WBOK 1230 AM. Go. An Equity Media Station.
I'm Amber Payton with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. A new wildfire, the Hughes Fire, has burned 500 acres near Santa Clarita, California, and is 0% contained as crews also battle the Palisades and Eaton fires. Strong winds are pushing flames through canyons and up hills. Former Black Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is criticizing President Trump for targeting her on social media, noting she had already resigned from the President's Export Council before he claimed to have fired her. She urged him to focus on global issues instead. The Supreme Court will rule on police immunity in a Houston case where Constable Roberto Felix fatally shot a black driver fleeing a toll stop. The decision could open the door to more excessive force lawsuits. And Reverend Al Sharpton is urging a boycott of companies reversing DEI programs. Speaking at a MLK Day rally, he emphasized King's fight for equality and said the National Action Network will target at least 2 companies within 90 days. I'm Amber Payton on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
The following is a paid program and does not necessarily express the views or opinions of Equity Media, its management, staff, or affiliates of WBOK 1230.
This is a rebroadcast on WBOK 1230 AM.
Now, it's the Monitor's Mic with your host, Stella Cement.
Welcome to the Monitor's Mic, where we talk oversight, policing, and you. I'm Stella Cement, your host and the Independent Police Monitor for the City of New Orleans. And with me is Chriselle Williams, our Deputy Police Monitor. This show is your go-to source for discussing policing, law enforcement oversight, and how it all impacts you. From the Office of the Independent Police Monitor, we offer an independent perspective on city government. The Office of the Independent Police Monitor, OIPM, serves as a crucial civilian oversight body for the New Orleans Police Department, NOPD. We ensure transparency and accountability within the police department by making sure that NOPD follows their own policies, abides by the consent decree, and is compliant with all local, state, and federal laws. Our office operates independently from the NOPD and the federal monitors, allowing us to provide an impartial angle on police practices and investigations. What do we do day to day? We take complaints of officer misconduct from the public and from police officers. We review misconduct investigations conducted by the NOPD's Internal Affairs, which is called the Public Integrity Bureau. We're on call 24 hours a day, every day of the year for officer-involved shootings and critical incidents. And we'll go to the scene and monitor the force investigation from start to finish. We are advisory members of the Use of Force Review Board and disciplinary hearings. We run the Community Police Mediation Program. We engage the community to ensure your voice, opinions, and concerns are heard. We, your hosts, are not police officers, but we are experienced lawyers from the criminal legal field, dedicated to transparency and accountability. We encourage you to call in with your questions, comments, and concerns. While we may not be able to address individual cases, we are committed to following up with you. So with that, let's learn more about today's guest. Chriselle?
We're excited to have the Honorable Freddie King III, Council Member for District C in New Orleans. Councilmember King is a proud graduate of Archbishop Shaw High School and Southeastern Louisiana University, with deep ties to our community. While at Southeastern, he helped bring football back to the university and was a standout player, all while becoming a member of Omega Psi Phi fraternity. After earning his law degree from Southern University Law Center, Councilmember King launched the King Law Firm and has since dedicated his career to serving the people of New Orleans. Councilmember King is not just a voice for the people of District C. He lives and runs his small business in Algiers on Newton Street, fully invested in the community he serves. As a council member, Freddie King is committed to listening to and engaging with his constituents from the Bywater to the Cutoff. He serves on multiple standing committees, chairs the Community Development Committee, and is always working to find real solutions to improve the quality of life for everyone in the city. Whether it's sponsoring holiday events, organizing gun exchanges, or engaging with local youth and seniors, Councilmember King is all about giving back. And if y'all hear me laughing, just for full disclosure, not only is he my council member for District C, he's also my cousin. So if y'all ever just hear me say Freddie, it's no disrespect. It's just we grew up together, and that is what he always will be, Freddie.
Thank you. Thank y'all for having me today.
Thank you for joining us. So we are going to get right into some hard questions. It's not going to be family reunion hour, the two of you. We want to jump right into some recent events that have happened here in New Orleans. And so let's talk about the consent decree. Recently, Judge Morgan granted the joint motion filed by the City of New Orleans and the Department of Justice to allow the NOPD to immediately start the 2-year sustainment period. Councilmember King, the New Orleans City Council has praised this decision, calling it a critical milestone in the NOPD's journey towards independence from federal oversight. As someone who oversees public safety in District C, what are your thoughts on this decision?
I agree with the decision of Judge Morgan. The consent decree is not meant to be forever. I think NOPD has made great strides and has shown the ability to police constitutionally. And I think that they deserve and have earned the right to get into the sustainment period. Doesn't mean that the consent decree is 100% over. It just shows that we're moving in the right direction.
I mean, I think that's a really fair and measured response. I would agree with that. I think that they have definitely grown as a police department, and this doesn't mean that it's over. It doesn't mean the work is done, but it does mean that they are ready for sustainment. Do you think that this sustainment period is going to affect the way your district is policed?
No, I don't see it being policed any differently. We have some great captains in District C. On the West Bank, Captain Watson. On the East Bank, Captain Dupree, Roberts, and Allen. They do a great job of leading the men and women, the 1st, 4th, 5th, and 8th district. So I don't see anything changing. They've been doing a great job before, and the captains before them have been doing a great job. So I think we're going to just continue the progress and eventually come out of the consent decree, I think, with relatively no issues as relates to constitutional policing.
That's a very positive goal to have, and it's one that I hope is echoed and becomes a reality without any backsliding or violations. So if we have any police officers listening right now from any of those districts that you just named, which was the 1st, the 5th, the 8th, the 4th, is there anything you would like to say to them as they embark on this next phase of the consent decree?
First, I want to thank them for their service. I want to thank them for keeping us safe day in and day out, especially the officers that showed their bravery on the Bourbon Street attack, running to the issue without even thinking twice. But also want to let them know that continue to do what you've been doing, continue to follow your training, continue to police constitutionally, show everyone the respect that you would want to be shown, and you have my support as long as you continue to do things the proper way. And so far, they've been doing that.
Okay. Well, recently afterwards, some of your peers in the city council wrote a statement this week about what some are calling an 11th hour motion filed by the state attorney general to enroll as co-counsel in the consent decree case. And you and Councilmember Green both elected not to sign onto this statement. Can you tell our listeners and describe to them what is your perspective on this statement?
Well, I agree. The statement is just nothing to read into. Just couldn't get. I was in a meeting, and the statement was going out. A lot happened, and just couldn't break away to give a statement that I felt that represented me. So I agree with the statement. Just nothing to look too much into on that.
Okay, so that's good to hear. So I just want to recap it for our listeners who might have been curious. There was a statement that was issued by the majority of city council, basically stating that they had concerns about the idea of the state attorney general enrolling formally as co-counsel to the city of New Orleans in the consent decree case. And the reason why this might have been a complicated decision is because the state attorney general was pushing very adamantly for the termination of the consent decree. And the position of the NOPD in the city up until that 11th hour motion was that idea, the termination of the consent decree and the motion that was filed in 2022 would be made moot by the NOPD moving into possible sustainment. And so this statement was kind of stating that this was a way to kind of undercut a lot of the trust building that had happened in the months leading up to that hearing to show the community that NOPD was committed to sustainment. So what we're hearing is that you agreed with the spirit of the statement. You just didn't have a chance to sign on?
That's all. I definitely agree 100%.
Okay. Well, we like that clarity. Thank you for providing that because we were wondering. Well,
thank you for the opportunity to just clear the air, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. So you brought up the brave officers that truthfully were in the 8th district, so they were in the French Quarter from all over the city, and they ran towards danger. Your district was the site of a horrible and tragic terrorist attack, and it left 14 people dead and many people injured, and we're still, I think, fully realizing the gravity of what happened. Can you talk to us about what it's like to be the council member representing the French Quarter during this time?
Sure. It was, and it still is, just something that you never expect to happen, caught you off guard. Mm-hmm. It's, you look at like TV shows and movies and you see this kind of thing happen, or you see it in the book, but actually be the council member that represents the area where it happened and that's receiving so much national and international attention. It's nothing that I expected. the French Quarter gets attention enough on its own, but you never expected this. But it has allowed me to step in the leadership role even more so, and one, let the residents of this city and the visitors know that the city is safe and we are learning from this. And it just allowed me to, again, have that leadership role and just assure our residents that we'll get through this, and don't let this terrorist attack change your everyday life. Don't change how you live. We all know that's what terrorists want, and they want to see you shut down and be afraid. But it was just to kind of recap this happening. I would have never imagined it. When I first heard about it, I figured, New Year's Eve, somebody got drunk, wasn't paying attention on the road. But when we started putting more pieces together and learned that this was a planned attack, it just didn't feel. I think the word may be surreal. It just didn't feel like this should or would happen in a relatively small city like New Orleans.
And I mean, we've in our lifespan have seen terrorist attacks in other places and other cities across this country. And like you said, I mean, that's nothing that you ever expect to happen in your city. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like when it's here, it's a whole different thing.
And when you're in the middle of it, it's like, wow, this could happen anywhere. If it could happen in a city with less than 380,000 people, it could happen anywhere. And we're now seeing that it can happen everywhere and anywhere.
And with now you're saying, of course, we're learning from this experience and what's going on. Has this incident changed your public safety goals at all for the French Quarter?
Yes, it has. The French Quarter is uniquely built, and it's unique where you have Bourbon Street and Royal Street, and you have a heavy business area, and then you cross the street is a heavy residential area. Everything is kind of mixed and thrown together. Everyone lives and works in a relatively small location, so it has changed how we now look to keep pedestrians safe in the quarter, but it's very challenging. Talk to a lot of business owners and a lot of residents who live in the quarter, who represent the quarter, who are the voice of the quarter, and they are against 100% pedestrian, making the quarter a pedestrian mall. A lot of businesses say this would destroy our business with our deliveries and just make things and make it too difficult. But you also want to keep in mind public safety. So we are in the process with the city, with the state, with the new security team that's been hired to figure out a solution, trying to just figure out what's our next steps. And my main goal is how will we keep the public involved every step of the way, and not just say this is the plan, we're moving with it, because the public, the people who are mostly affected, who live, work, and visit the French Quarter every day, should be involved every step of the way.
We love to hear public involvement. Those are like magic words to us, because we really want the public to be engaged and be an active partner in finding public safety solutions.
Right.
Beyond just policing. I mean, all public safety solutions, because it will ultimately trickle down to policing strategies as well. So if there is someone listening who wants to be a part of that process, do you have any recommendations to them right now?
Sure. Just right now it's a bit too early. The security team just got down this week. They are actually literally and figuratively boots on the ground, talking to people, walking the streets of the quarter, seeing what's the weak spots where our vulnerabilities lie. So I would tell anyone listening, just stay tuned for more updates. There'll be time for public input. I already told the police chief Kirkpatrick and her deputy chiefs that I do want to have public meetings, not just public meetings like at the council in the middle of the day at 12 o'clock, but I want to go in the French Quarter at 6 o'clock in the afternoon and have meetings where people are off from work and can get to these meetings and not worry about parking and just really have an opportunity where their voices can be heard, because ultimately the people affected the most should be the ones front and center and having some say. So now, of course, you have to kind of rely on your experts, because they're the ones they have the experts and they studied this. But you definitely want to get that input, so you're not ignoring people or just brushing aside someone's concerns, and those concerns are always warranted and valid.
I agree. It is very, very important to listen to experts, but it's also very important to then hear how that expert opinion will actually translate into what's realistic for the French Quarter. You know, the French Quarter has a unique look architecturally and historically, and we want to make sure that, you know, say the experts say, build a wall. They say build a wall or erect, you know, metal poles in certain places or things like that. That could affect the actual character of the city.
Well,
so,
I didn't mean to cut you off, but I didn't want to forget this. In our meeting with the police chief, one of the first things she said was, what people in this city and the French Quarter have to be honest with themselves and say, what are we willing to give up? With a certain level of protection, you will lose certain rights and certain privileges. So if you want no vehicular traffic in the French Quarter, well, what does that look like? What are you giving up? If you want, she said, we can lock it down like Fort Knox.
Right.
But is that New Orleans? And we can ban every ice chest and open container. Is that New Orleans? So what are we as a community willing to give up as relates to our protection? We all know that Mardi Gras is coming up. That's a open party. Do we want to start selling tickets to attend Mardi Gras parades and have metal detectors and enter one way and exit one way? Of course not. That's not who we are. But we also have to balance the safety aspect of it. And how do you do that? That's what the security team is looking at. That's what the police officers are looking at. And that's what we'll be coming to the community with. Maybe not this year, because we're a week and a half away from the Super Bowl and a month away from Mardi Gras. But moving forward, what are we willing to give up to ensure our safety is the question.
I mean, I think those are two very big questions that could apply to police oversight, policing, community. You know, what are you willing to give up, and is that New Orleans?
Right. If I may, we have time.
Oh yeah, of course.
This reminded me of a conversation I was having with a young lady, a high school student, and she came to the office, and we was just talking, her and some of our peers. And she said, "I'm tired of the police messing with us and shooting people." I said, "Well, okay. Has it happened in this city recently?" "No, but they just do it all over." I said, "Okay, I understand you're frustrated." And what's happened? This was early in my tenure on the council, so it was kind of still coming out of the COVID and you know, and the things that was happening in the nation was kind of fresh in our mind. So as the conversation started progressing, she said, the same young lady said, I'm tired of people doing what they want to do in the city. You know, the crime is too bad. We need to be more like JP because they don't play. I said, well, hold on. Half an hour ago, you said you're tired of the police kind of patrolling and being aggressive, and you're tired of seeing police everywhere. In the same conversation, you said you want to see more police, and you want the police to be more visible, and you want them to mimic other parishes that has a reputation of being a bit aggressive. So once again, what are you willing to give up for what you think is the right amount of policing? Do you want very aggressive policing? Do you want none at all? So I think that's a conversation not just for our youth, but it's a conversation that I struggle with, ideas that I struggle with. Do I want to see more policing? Do I want to see less policing? Do I want to see this style of policing? So that's more of that's a question for you all.
But depending on who you ask,
I think
get a different response.
You can ask the same person in different situations and get different answers.
Completely different answers. And I would extend that to our police department. I mean, we've had conversations with police officers, and I remember former Superintendent Ferguson frequently brought up an example of going to supermarkets and not liking when families would point at him and say to kids, "You better behave, otherwise this police officer is going to arrest you." And he said, I don't like this. This is continuing a culture of fear. It's continuing a perception that the police are against you and that children need to fear officers. We want to be seen as public safety partners, as models, as future career options, as people that are going to make children safe, not someone who's going to lock you up for whining over cereal in the supermarket.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we've also heard complaints from police officers about, well, I want to be respected, and basically equating respect with fear.
Right.
Saying, you know, I don't want people to come up to me and just yell at me. I don't want people to just be telling me what to do, or I want people to listen to me. I want my word to be final. And effectively what you're describing is a very authoritative type of model of policing that often is based in an idea of fear.
Yeah.
You know? And so how do you marry the different perspectives of culture, of what you want and what you're trying to achieve? And it's fair to ask, is that New Orleans? Is that the police department? Is that the French Quarter? And are we willing to give up certain things to be able to get there, to be able to achieve that vision? And I think these are powerful questions to carry into all the conversations we're going to have in our community, with our elected leaders, and with our police department moving forward.
I agree. Those are tough conversations, but they need to be had, and sweeping under the rug won't make anything better. You have to attack it head on, and moving forward, well, like you say, what are we willing to give up and to be protected and to feel protected? A lot of it's how we feel, how we, perception is reality. So I agree, 100%.
We definitely, I'll just also say, we definitely get this. This is a debate that comes up around noise and music, too, quite frequently. Wanting New Orleans to be a cultural capital that has performers and musicians. And I know this is a big issue in your district, Councilman.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure you have to weigh this out all the time between people that want that aspect of culture and then people complaining about noise, complaining about crowds gathering. How
We
do you
get that in
balance this?
We get that French Quarter, Marigny,
especially with party buses, bars.
Oh, well, party buses, bars, but I was thinking brass bands.
Yeah.
Well, I'll give you an example.
We get complaints about how the police respond to brass bands on both sides of that debate, and it's hard to balance.
I'll give you an example. Let's say under the Claiborne Bridge, which is part of District C, or let's just use that, and you have somebody with the grill. Just pull up a grill and they're cooking, and you may say, "What's wrong with the grill? No big deal there." Okay, and then this is an example that is true. So from that, you have somebody comes up and buys some food, and now you got 2 or 3 people at that grill chilling, and now you have a couple more cars pull up, and in 30, 40 minutes, you have a vibrant, jumping scene out like in the middle of underneath the Claiborne overpass. Now the police, something can happen there. Now the police has to kind of be alert on what's happening over there. So they go to that situation, and we're now taking police resources from other hotspots that the police anticipated and known that they should be aware of. So now the question is, do the police break up this gathering with the grill and people buying food and hanging out? Because having them remain there kind of adds a degree of difficulty to their job. So do you break it up? Because we hang out underneath the bridge. What's wrong with that? We chilling, but in the name of safety, do you break it up and disperse it? Because we got to keep it clear. We got to keep it safe. So those are some of the questions. Like, this is New Orleans, but at what point do we bring safety into it? And then you also have residents that say, well, that grill and that gathering is disturbing me. Once they finished cooking, they took the food and they, or the charcoal or the hot grease, and we've got complaints about this often, they threw it on the ground.
Right.
Or they got the hot charcoal. So it's a delicate balance. It's a fine line. You don't want to intrude on anyone's rights, but you also want to keep people safe and protect the rights of the residents. And those are questions, issues, and real life examples that we get quite often in that Treme, French Quarter, Marigny corridor.
You really do. And you have very robust police community advisory boards in that area.
Yes.
At the 5th District, I know we've talked to some of the PCAB members over there, and that's what it's called, the Police Community Advisory Boards, or PCABs. And then you have a very robust PCAB in the French Quarter and the CBD, so the 8th District. So how does your office work with these PCABs on these types of policing, public safety, quality of life issues?
We listen to them. We attend the meetings where we can. Not only PCAB, but the different organizations like Cops 8, Cops 4 that support the police. But whenever we can, whenever we're invited or we're aware of the meetings, we attend and probably should and will attend more of these meetings just to get a good idea of what the residents are saying, what they're thinking, and how we can help in our role as a city council office to just to make the police civilian relationship smoother.
Yeah, and you also have a unique role because you can bring in different departments of city government who can provide different services, like the health department, parks and parkways, Department of Public Works. You can bring in these other departments where needed, so that way not everything needs to be a policing-based action or solution.
Yeah, but everything doesn't require police, and I think going back to what former police chief Ferguson was saying, sometimes people use the police as like a scare tactic, but everything doesn't have to. The police doesn't have to be called for every situation. So we often try when we have different meetings, bring in different groups, health department, public works, safety, whoever it may be. With everything, like you said, is not just a police issue.
Well, I know Chriselle wants to ask you about the Super Bowl, but before we move off this idea of just kind of, we started talking about the New Year's Eve attack and public safety goals, and I just want to make sure before we transition maybe away from that topic, is there anything else that you want to say to District C about, or the city, just about that, or about like your public safety goals or anything else moving forward, just on that topic?
Well, it's the French Quarter's received a lot of attention, and rightfully so, but we have to keep in mind that there's also other places in the city that are equally as, well, not equally, but that's gaining popularity, like Frenchman Street between Esplanade and Royal is turned into a mini Bourbon Street. I was at a meeting there a couple months ago, and there was talks about putting up barriers at the beginning of Frenchman, and residents and the residents and the business owners were like, no way, it'll hurt our business, we don't want it. Now it's, of course, after January 1st, it's time to reassess that, and just not there on the parade routes. What should we expect? How can we help? How can we as residents help police ourselves and keep our parade routes safe? We got bands, and just ask the public basically to help us, help one another, help the police keep our community safe. And be engaged, be engaged in these upcoming meetings and have a pulse on what's happening in the community, because when you do that, you hold us accountable. We can hold the police accountable. And with accountability, we have a much better community.
Well said.
Well, looking forward to the Super Bowl, which is less than a month away now. Though the Superdome is not in your district, there will be a lot of activity and high presence in the French Quarter because of it. So how is your district now preparing for this huge, and how are they preparing to host this huge event?
Well, this is not our first rodeo. We're tied for number 11. Second, we're tied for the most, hosting the Super Bowl the most. What you saw for the Sugar Bowl, consider that like a test run. You had a very visible amount of police presence. We are now what's called a Special Events Assessment Rating SEER 1 event, one city with the Super Bowl coming to town in Mardi Gras, which basically gives us a lot more federal help, federal resources. You're going to see a large presence of FBI. Well, you may not see it, you may not recognize it, but there's going to be a large presence of FBI, Homeland Security. More what you saw for the Sugar Bowl, which I think was a very successful event. You're going to see bomb-sniffing dogs in the French Quarter, different jurisdictions, Jefferson Parish, St. Bernard, surrounding jurisdictions, surrounding parishes, surrounding cities. They're going to be in the city, in the CBD, in the French Quarter, downtown area, providing security. We saw during Sugar Bowl where there were may have been the West Wego SWAT team like patrolling on Poydras. So you're going to just see a uptick in police presence from different jurisdictions, federally, locally, and nationally. So look, the French Quarter, the CBD, is open for business. I believe it's going to be as safe as it possibly can be. I wouldn't discourage anybody from coming around. Encourage more visitors, more people to come out, enjoy yourself, because we are ready. We're getting ready. It will be a safe event.
And if there are any of your constituents still listening that still need a little bit, want to hear something else, or you want to hear something else that may make them feel safe, what is something else that you would tell them about going to the Super Bowl?
If they have tickets, let me know, because they're pretty. So you're saying going into the Super Bowl or just being around?
What would you like them to know, what else would you like them to know going into this Super Bowl event?
I just want to reiterate how it's going to be a safe event. Don't let what happened January 1st deter you from coming out and having a good time. There's going to be undercover agents everywhere. Sugar Bowl, again, was a test run. We successfully had that event. Again, this is going to be larger, but we are ready. There's so much happening right now in preparation that we don't even know about with the FBI and the federal government. So I just want to reassure everyone that it's going to be a safe event. And as much as a event like this can be safe and protected, it will be.
Okay, so they have a bunch of local, federal, and state organizations.
Local, federal, state, different jurisdictions, National Guard. The NFL is bringing its own security people out here for the Superdome area in the downtown area. That's going to really, FBI is not FBI. The NFL is a big brand with a lot of money, so they're going to make sure they protect any and everything around the Superdome. Downtown, French Quarter, Marigny Triangle area, where a lot of pedestrians will be. That's where you're going to see NOPD, Homeland Security, FBI, and surrounding parishes really step up its protection of the city.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you for letting us know all of that. I think it was just a very concise way for us to understand big picture how much is going to be happening going into Super Bowl. And we do hope that, we want everyone to feel safe. Everyone deserves to feel safe.
Yes.
So absolutely.
We're happy to hear it. So let's transition to talking about District C in general.
Okay.
And District C, you have quite an interesting district. It spans the East Bank, the West Bank, with very different neighborhoods like Algiers, the Bywater, the French Quarter. And District C houses the 4th, 5th, and 8th districts. So I can imagine that the French Quarter might have vastly different needs than, say, Algiers or the Marigny or the Bywater. So can you talk to us a little bit about how you think the policing and public safety needs differ across the different areas of your district?
Well, I think there's more in common than there are different. Well, everyone wants to be safe. Everyone wants to be able to go outside and not see their car window broken into, and everyone wants to be respected by the police. So they're very similar when it comes to that. But just when you start to go into the individual neighborhoods, on a macro level, I would say, what was it, micro level? When you make a micro.
Yeah.
Micro level. That's when things really get tricky. So let's say, for instance, in Algiers, and Ms. Williams can attest to this, there isn't a large presence of homeless individuals, or what the term, and I'm not making this term up, this is a term that I've heard them refer to themselves as, like the gutter punks that may hang on Esplanade or around the French Quarter. that is a policing issue that or issue that may involve the police that you won't see in Algiers. Really anywhere in Algiers, but that's more prevalent on the East Bank. So that small things like that. At one time, and it's no longer the case. At one time, the 5th District had the most amount of carjackings.
Right.
Yeah, carjackings. That's not the same in the French Quarter. So when you go to different neighborhoods, and there's a bunch of reasons why crime is different and it looks different in different neighborhoods, but it definitely has its own challenges. But on a macro level, it's pretty much we all want to be safe. We all want to walk outside and feel safe. No one wants to hear bullets 3 o'clock in the morning, and we want to have a good, safe place to raise our family, raise our kids.
So, do you try different tactics or different approaches to working with the different police districts within District C?
I try to. Well, I would say for Algiers, no matter, so everyone just says Algiers, not Cutoff, not McClellanville, not Walnut Bend, is all Algiers. So
unless you're trying to be real specific,
right. But the police monitor and they patrol all of that. So it's really easier to have everybody under one roof when you talk about Algiers and what's the needs and what's the goals. Everyone moving in one direction. When you come over to the East Bank, it's 3 different police districts in a much smaller area. And what is a concern in Treme may not be a concern in Meriden. And you have 2 different police chiefs, 2 different police captains, and their interests and their goals aren't the same. So it's like children. You have to treat everybody, you treat them differently, but you treat them all fairly. And you pay attention to their differences and make sure you lean into those differences. So it could be a bit challenging trying to figure out, okay, this is the Meriden. What are their concerns? This is French Quarter. What are their concerns? Opposed to going to Algiers, it's like really one big neighborhood, and everyone's concerns are, for the most part, the same.
That's a very interesting observation about the differences between, I didn't think about that.
Right.
And I see that we do have a caller, and let's put him on. Hi, you're on with the monitors, Mike.
Hello?
Hello? Oh. Hello? All right, I think we lost you, so maybe try calling back, or they're back on? Oh, they're gone. Okay. So thank you for pointing that out. And so I think, so when you were talking about the differences between like the Treme and the French Quarter and 2 different police districts, that is very true. And that is something that we have noticed anecdotally in our office in trying to work with the 1st District versus the 8th District, because the 8th District handles the French Quarter, whereas the 1st District is going to move into the Treme. And that's why it's so lucky in some ways that the 8th District is run by Captain Roberts, who used to also work in the 1st District. And currently the 1st District is run by Captain Allen, who was a lieutenant under Captain Roberts. So that is a happy coincidence that they're able to work together. So can you talk to us about how you work with the different communities in those districts to make sure that they're getting what they need from their police department?
Absolutely. So not just police department. We've had the conversation with judges where we bring juvenile court judges, we bring criminal court judges in the community, because a lot of times judges are silent, or they don't feel like they can talk unless they're invited. So I was like, okay, let me bring Judge DeLarge or Judge Clint Smith in juvenile court to the community, so they can have a voice. So we bring those different judges in the communities, let them hear directly from their constituents, and let their constituents hear directly from them to kind of dispel some of the rumors or just misinformation that gets into the community about how the criminal justice system operates on the judicial level. So just always trying to bring in different people that the community may not always get the opportunity to see and speak to, bring them directly to the people. When you do that, I believe that's very, what's the word? Very productive, and it allows everyone to clear the air and find out exactly what's going on in different communities and in the courtroom.
That is very helpful. And I see we have another caller, but I just wanted to quickly flag that that is very helpful because often we get complaints about officers arresting people and then those people being back out on the street again very shortly afterwards. And that's where you're going to see policing meet the courtroom. Right. And so it is helpful to frame that for the community. Okay, now let's go on the air. You are on the monitors, Mike.
Hello?
Hello. Hi, you are on the monitors, Mike.
Thank you for taking my call. I wanted to holler at Councilman King. Has been a blessing to Algiers. I don't know about the other side, even before anybody knew he was a lawyer. His name always came up. He was always giving things and doing things. And somebody asked the question, wait, he must be rich. He doing all this. He had, give away food, he was doing a lot of stuff. Even before he didn't even know he was an attorney. And I had a brief encounter with him as an attorney. But I still want to say I'm not being paid. Because I doubt if he'd seen me, but I don't even know whether Councilman King know me like that. So he's really been a great person in a community, and we had more people that was in politicians in politics like him. He's a blessed man. He's been a blessing to the community. And I don't want to talk about a family man. Anybody know about him? He's daddy, mama, and everybody. So thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for calling in, and high praise for Councilmember King. So thank you. And now we have another caller, and you are on the air with the monitors, Mike.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
All right, this is Noni. Hey, Stella, hey, Chriselle. Hey, Councilman King, how you doing?
Mr. Baptiste, how you doing? Doing fine.
All right. Freddie, it's good you clean that up because, boy, it was ready for you in the community. You know what I'm saying? But you cleared it up. You didn't have time to sign. I had to communicate with your office, so I got the same thing because some people in the community was upset, and asked why you and Councilman Green wouldn't sign. Now, I stood for you in the community because I know the type of person you are. So I told him either Freddie didn't see it because when it came in about the consent decree, about what Liz Morrell and Jeff was doing and the mayor at the last minute, I put the letter to the city council. But I know you respond quickly, but I know you got 5 kids, so you was probably trying to bring them to school, do this and that. So I told the people, I said Freddie would have signed. Now, for Eugene Green, I can't take up for him because he's standing on the other people's side. But I'm glad you cleared that up for the community because there's hot, Freddie. There's hot. There's giving me a hard time. And, I talked to your main man, Chucky, and we got through basically the same thing you said, so I can vouch for you on that part of it because the letter got in late. Now, my other question is, it's not a question. Is about the Terrorist Act. Now, I have looked at the Terrorist Act, and that could have happened anywhere. But I want to commend you, Freddie, because you have took the time to be out there, and you was out there for the victims. Let me say that. Freddie King wasn't photo opping. Freddie King was serious about the victims, the 14 people that lost their lives and the 30 people that was injured. I want to say that live to everybody in the community. I have saw you working your butt off besides dealing with the 5 children. So, I want to commend you on that. But my thing on this terrorist act is, where's John Thomas? John Thomas, Freddie, Councilman King, and it's nothing against you. And I want the whole city council, because I heard y'all got a meeting January the 28th. Correct me if I'm wrong, at 10. But my question is, where's John Thomas? John Thomas is the chief, not Carl Altman. So we haven't heard from John Thomas. He getting a 6-figure check, and he's over Homeland Security. But worse than that, where's Hans Gutley? Now, a lot of people got on the chief. A lot of people got on the chief, right? Chief Kirkpatrick, and I'm not telling the people though, but Hans Gutley runs special operations, and that's his job to secure the French quarters. So these people are hiding in everything, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that wouldn't have happened on another street. But my thing is, and you dealt with it 2 months ago, Freddie, Councilman King, I was in there when you talked about public safety. You talked about the barricades, and nobody, I guess, heard you. But if we are going to be fair about this terrorist act, let's call everybody to the table. I need to know, the community want to know, where's John Thomas, where is he's the chief over Homeland Security, and Hans Gutley, because he's special operations. Now, when that terror attack happened, let's look at what happened. They said they didn't do barricaded right, and we know we had problems with the barricades. But worse than that, even if they're the blocked off canal, the terrorist act had other streets he could have got in. And that's where Hans Gutley and John Thompson come in. And these barricades they got out there, they got plastic things. So they're not ready for security, for another attack or public safety. They're not even serious. But I want everybody to know I'm a straight shooter. Freddie King is serious about security, about the terrorist act.
Oh, hello?
Oh, I think we just lost you, Mr. Batiste. But I think that you brought up some very valuable points that we would like to reiterate. When City Council is moving forward, and I know it's going to be hard to kind of comment on this because this is kind of like an evolving situation with a lot of different components to the investigation that is ongoing. But are you going to be speaking to the heads of the different departments, not just NOPD, but the Department of Public Works and Homeland Security and disaster preparedness as Mr. Batiste? Oh, and I see he's back here. I'll connect him. You're back on the air, Mr. Batiste.
Yes, so the phone was cut off. But I just want them to know I'm very fair, and when a politician or anybody ain't doing nothing, I'm going to call them out. But what I want them to know, Freddie King was out there from day one. I saw him out there. I saw him busting, and I commend him. If he was wrong, I'll be on you, Freddie, fussing with you, and you'll still be talking to me anyway. But anyway, Freddie King was there. But the city of New Orleans have not been fair to the people. I'm not talking about the council. I'm talking about the city administration, because the people deserve answers to know about security concerns. I have watched the council, went to the 2 meetings, and they can't even get paperwork from the administration. So at the end of the day, we must hold the city administration, Homeland Security, and all those others. And my last thing is, I got a message for John Kennedy. Now, John Kennedy, in the meeting, act like he was drunk or he was drinking something. He disrespect the city of New Orleans. Him and the governor has disrespect the city of New Orleans. And we need to hold them accountable for it, because when John Kennedy pushed that black FBI agent out the way, I don't know if you was in the room, Councilman King, but Troy Carter was the only man to speak to what John Kennedy did. And I just read an article. Now they have reassigned her and moved her at the end of the day, and they tortured this young black FBI agent, talking about she had a ring nose and all this. But John Kennedy had nothing to do with New Orleans business. We should run him and the governor back where they come from, because they disrespect our councilmen. I thought they should have talked to Freddie King more, because the French Quarter quarter. He is the councilman. So they should have went to him. I don't like what they did, and it's not right what they did. And next time we need to run them out of our city, because I'd be damned if they ever disrespect our councilman Freddie King. Whether you agree with him, whether you disagree, I don't like how a lot of leaders did, because they was taking photo ops while Freddie was fighting for his district. So I'm finished. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you so much for calling in, and I think you have captured a lot of questions that the community has.
If I could, two points I want to reiterate. I appreciate everybody's, they say family man, 5 kids. I do have a wife, and she does a lot with the kids. So I appreciate everybody, acknowledging me being a father and having my kids. But a lot of kudos definitely goes to my wife because she does a whole lot. And also, Mr. Baptiste asked about Mr. John Thomas, and I don't want to get too personal, but he just recently had a very serious health operation that he is trying to recover from. So just want to clear that up. He's not necessarily hiding. He's just recovering from his major health issue.
Well, thank you for that clarity. And now I would love to use the last couple of minutes to discuss a very important initiative and work that you've been doing in the community, which is gun exchanges. Can you talk to us about what the gun exchanges are?
Yes, thank you for allowing me to talk about this. So we've all seen the gun buybacks where you get a gift card or a gas card. They're not always successful, and you don't really reach, in my opinion, the target audience. So something that was new to me, and I'm still learning about, is esports, where you have kids play video games, and I don't want to kind of dumb it down like they're playing Mario or Tecmo Bowl or something, but they're playing video games in college. They're turning pro at 15, 13, 14 years old, making 6 figures, getting a full scholarship to go play video games. It's really a sport. So myself and Nola Grown and Nard have gotten together, and we now have esport clubs in Algiers and the Cutoff Rec Center and at the Millennium Center. So we was just being creative. How can we get our kids more involved? And they come to Millennium or the Cutoff to play these video games, but how can they do this at home if they don't have a video game? So we had this idea of hosting it. So the gun exchanges are accompanied with a video game tournament where they come far and wide to play the video game. And the idea is like, okay, we play the video game and we play the Xbox or the PlayStation. Now we go home, we don't have one. So the thought was, well, maybe if they can convince their parent, or some of these kids have guns, or nobody can get a handgun under the house or stashed away, bring that and you can get you a video game to bring home. So that's how the idea of this gun exchange came about. We've gotten about 100 guns off the streets.
Wow, that's amazing.
Handguns, Smith & Wessons, Glock 9s, even a couple of assault rifles, a Uzi, a Tech 9, a SKS. So we're going to keep doing those as much as we can with the resources we have. A lot of businesses are seeing the success. They've chipped in. We got national press. We've had the mayor and the police chief, or the councilman and the police chief, I believe, from Macomb, Mississippi, come down to our latest one and see how it worked. So this is just a creative initiative to reach our kids, to give them what they want, and to get guns off the street at the same time. And also explain to them, like, look, you can be a professional video game player, not just doing this as a hobby, but get paid or go to school to do it. So that's how that idea came about.
And I would like to say, of course, I've known people that have gone to them, and the video consoles that you get the first time was the Xbox, and now they're giving out PS5s, which is a big deal, So
yeah, PS5s are a hit. They are a hit, but it's not just me. Thank you. It's not just me. It's all of the businesses, Nola Grown, Nard, the councilman was pitching and made it successful. So thank everyone about it.
Thank you. Well, that wraps up today's episode of The Monitor's Mic, and I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all of our listeners for tuning in and staying engaged with the crucial conversations we're having about police oversight and community safety. A special thank you to my cousin and Councilmember King for his time and invaluable insights he shared in making today's shows possible. If you missed any part of today's show or want to catch up on any past episodes, visit our website at www.nolaipm.gov. You can find us and follow us on YouTube at NOLA IPM, and you can also follow us on social media for updates and news. On Instagram, you can also follow us on social media for updates and news. On Instagram at NOLA OIPM and on Facebook at New Orleans Independent Police Monitor. Until next time, stay informed, stay involved, stay committed to building a safer community. And this has been the Monitor's Mic.
WBOK 1230 AM online at WBOK1230.com.
Hey folks, what's up? It's Gerard Stevenson. Coming up, it's the Reality Check on WBOK.
WBOK 1230 AM New Orleans, home of the Reality Check, weekdays 1 to 4 p.m.
This news report is brought to you by New Schools for New Orleans.
I'm Amber Payton with 4 Things You Should Know with BIN News. A new wildfire, the Hughes Fire, has burned 500 acres near Santa Clarita, California, and is 0% contained as crews also battle the Palisades and Eaton fires. Strong winds are pushing flames through canyons and up hills. Former Black Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is criticizing President Trump for targeting her on social media, noting she had already resigned from the President's Export Council before he claimed to have fired her. She urged him to focus on global issues instead. The Supreme Court will rule on police immunity in a Houston case where Constable Roberto Felix fatally shot a black driver fleeing a toll stop. The decision could open the door to more excessive force lawsuits. And Reverend Al Sharpton is urging a boycott of companies reversing DEI programs. Speaking at a MLK Day rally, he emphasized King's fight for equality and said the National Action Network will target at least 2 companies within 90 days. I'm Amber Payton on the Black Information Network, your home for Black News First.
New Schools for New Orleans wants to send a special shout out to our partner, the All-State Sugar Bowl. During the holiday break, over 30 teachers had the opportunity to ride in the New Year's Eve parade, and boy, did they have a blast. In addition, we had over 60 teachers attend the All-State Sugar Bowl game. Out of the 60, 11 teachers received a $1,000 gift card to purchase needed supplies to enhance the learning experiences for their students. Thank you, All-State Sugar Bowl, for your commitment to NOLA's teachers.
Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood, home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check, look. Who bring the power to the people, partner? Who bring the power to the hood, home? Hey. That's that. Tune into the reality check, look. That's that.
been all over the world. What's crazy, no matter where I go, there ain't nothing like a New Orleans girl. Let's go.
Let's start from the beginning. Her name was Deborah Brown. She caught my daddy's eye and he's still around, which helps me prove my point. It must be something in the water, 'cause 40 years later, and he's still glad he caught her. Ooh, I've been all over the world. It still ain't nothing like a New Orleans girl. Ooh, I've been all over the world. It still ain't nothing like a New Orleans. See, I'm a grown man now, and I can see it for myself. These girls from New Orleans know that there's something else. When they call you baby, they melt you like some sugar. And don't let her cook your meal, 'cause that's gonna show no seal the deal. Ooh, I've been all over the world. It still ain't nothing like a New Orleans girl. Ooh, I've been all over the world. It still ain't nothing like a New Orleans girl.
Set the bottom out, respected 'cause I'm the queen. Born in New Orleans, mother of the twerk team. Meal cooker spicy like red beans. Gumbo music can't help it, it's in my jeans. Cheeky ways, but I'm mistaken for being mean. When you really get to know me, I'm sweeter than fly ring. One Barbie, I'm the hottest on the scene. Nice ball, represent a customer. I'm here first, behind mine. That's a number girl from New Orleans, we like the sign. There's more to us than shaking our behind. Even though we like to twerk, we have intellect for mine. Wow, girl, cheeky, I'm my angel in the sky. They wanna make you laugh, we don't wanna make you cry. 5 on 4, we one of a kind. Certified boss chick, and I put it fine.
I said, you better watch out. Better watch out. 'Cause Katrina put them all over the world. You better watch out if you see a New Orleans girl. Yeah, I said you better watch out. Katrina put them all over the world. You better watch out if you see a New Orleans girl. Ooh, I've been all over the world. It still ain't nothing like a New Orleans girl. Ooh, I've been all over the world. It still ain't nothing like a New Orleans girl. Ooh, I've been all over job done.
Hey, this is Steve Poston. Be sure to listen to WBOK 1230 AM every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. and Sunday evening at 5 p.m., bringing you the best Southern Soul barroom music with the Southern Soul Weekend Party Mix, hosted by me, of course. I'll be playing your favorite Southern Soul music by artists from all over the South, right here on WBOK 1230 AM or online at WBOK1230.com. The station you listen to longer. Listen to longer. Listen to longer.
NOLA Public Schools' main round enrollment for kindergarten through 12th grade is now open. With 73 schools available through the NOLA Public Schools Common Application Process, or NCAP, finding the right school fit for your family is easier than ever. List up to 12 choices to maximize your chances and apply by January 24th. We're all in, and we hope you are too. Apply today at enrollnolaps.com. That's enrollnolaps.com.
The National World War II Museum, located in the Warehouse District of New Orleans. The National World War II Museum tells the story of America's experience in the war that changed the world, why it was fought,